all you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months, and even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice, special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Terry Crews. actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her?
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Keep a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. It's now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is you over 30 years ago.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
And this is your mom when you drive her back from therapy.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Roles change without us noticing, and in your new role, we help you help. AARP gives you the information to help care for your mom so that you can have patience with her, just like she did with you. Visit aarp.org/caregiving or call 1-877-333-5885 to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one.
Are we there yet?
Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP, we help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I liked things to always be the same. Anything new or different would scare and upset me. I was very sensitive to lights and sounds. It was almost like I had bigger eyes and ears than everyone else. So I built secret hiding places where nothing could get in. I didn't like looking people in the eye. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'd throw big tantrums over little things like when my socks didn't match. Sometimes I'd do the same things over and over. Until one day, I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
You can see signs of autism in children as young as 18 months. Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Deion Sanders says you can compare Shohei Ohtani to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. Aaron Rodgers takes shots at Haason Reddick's agent. And could the Jaguars go after Bill Belichick in the offseason? And much, much more on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Speedy, Petey, and our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. No Tommy Scoops tonight as he is working. Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little cold. It's a little damp outside as it's raining. We have hurricane season all over the country in Florida. And yes, there's hurricane country right now in Georgia and Atlanta as the New York Mets right now have their own worries as the game was canceled tonight and tomorrow. So it looks like it could be a doubleheader on Monday. I don't know what that sound is in the background, Speedy. You need to take your phone away from something. But anyways, I just will say this, and I know all the fans out there that are probably wondering where and what is going to happen moving forward. I will tell you this. If you're a Met fan, you will definitely have to worry. You will definitely have to worry moving forward, especially if they have to have a doubleheader on Monday. Speedy, it's something in the background. Don't worry about it. You're looking all over the place. I don't know what you're looking for. But if you're a Met fan, you should be very intrigued because they shouldn't be where they are today. But guess what? They're playing good baseball, and there's a good opportunity right now that they could be the second seed in the wild card, or maybe they could be, if something crazy could happen, they could be the first seed. But it looks like they're going to be the second seed or the third seed, the final seed of the wild card spot, because it looks like the Padres are pulling away in the wild card spot. Speedy, what is up?
Yeah, most of my nerves are coming down with the Mets. They're going to win one, another two with the Braves.
You throw me off. I don't know why you're looking around. I told you. I'm snapping my fingers telling you where the sound is coming from, and your head's down and out. I don't know what you're looking for, but go ahead. You kind of get me worried sometimes that your head's so far up. You know what? Whatever. Go ahead.
You're so flustered.
I'm flustered. You fluster me. You fluster me.
You're so flustered you can't even make the jokes properly. For all the jokesters in the comment section, you guys could have fun with that one. But yeah, the Mets definitely have to win one of those games, and they should be fine. I never would have imagined that this season as a Mets fan. I was thinking the 77, 78 win season. They've been a lot more than anything that happens this season, no matter where they go in the playoffs, is a success. Got to be happy with it.
Right now, the Mets have 87, 88 wins. They have a chance to win 90. They're probably going to win 90. And I know Met fans are upset at Major League Baseball right now, sitting where they're sitting, and have to deal with a doubleheader with the Braves on Monday. And whoever comes out in that series is probably going to play the Padres, and they have to travel all the way out west to play the Padres in the first game of that series. But hey, guess what? The fact that you're getting into the playoffs, the fact that you have a chance of getting in a very hard, a hard division right now, a division that's really been dominated by Philadelphia all season long, but coming out of that division, you could very much have the Braves, the Mets, and Philadelphia go to the playoffs in the next couple of days. So we'll see what happens, but I know Met fans are upset about the specific situation where the Braves are and where the Mets are with this hurricane situation. But I think you need to sit back and just let it happen. I don't blame baseball for doing this. It's so close right now. It's such a close race, and Arizona is tailing right behind them or right in front of them. Whatever happens to Arizona this weekend, both the Mets and the Braves don't even have to worry about Monday. So if Arizona loses 2 out of the 3 games this weekend, it doesn't matter who wins that doubleheader. The Mets can win both of those games, or the Braves can win both of those games, and they both make the playoffs. So I know everybody's so upset about it, but just wait until. Would you rather than play in a rainstorm? I know everybody keeps saying that the Mets and the Braves should have played their doubleheader yesterday, not tomorrow or the next day or even tonight. They should have played yesterday because it was nice out in Atlanta. I think that the fact is that baseball didn't think it was going to hit the way it hit. It's hitting Atlanta square on. It's hit Tampa square on. So again, you can't judge the weather and what's going on in the weather in the world. So unfortunately, if you're a Met fan, you're not going to be happy. And if you're a Braves fan, you're actually happy, even though you're probably not going to see Sale or Fried will not be pitching that doubleheader. on Monday, it'll probably be one of their third or fourth starting pitcher because they want those two guys to be ready for the playoffs. So it'll be interesting. I'm very intrigued. I'm very interested to see, because if Arizona does win out their games on the weekend, then maybe they do pitch Sale in the first game of this series, because this is a win or go home. Right. So there's a lot of questions on what both those teams are going to do. Is Katana going to pitch in game number 1 or game number 2 for the New York Mets? Or are you going to get them ready for game number 1 against the Padres, or game number 1 against whoever they're playing in the first round or the wild card game? So it's interesting. I'm interested to see what is going to go on this weekend when it comes to the baseball, and where does Arizona go with all this? Because everybody keeps talking about the Braves and the Mets, but Arizona's right there in the mix. So very big questions that have to be answered over the weekend.
Before you introduce the guest, I just want to say our first guest that was supposed to be on at 8, Sylvester Williams, will now be on at 10 instead.
All right, that's fine. But by the way, we're going to have, and just as crazy as it may be when it comes to what our show is we have these guests. We obviously have it scheduled, but some of these guests obviously have other things going on in their lives. And so so at 9 o'clock, we will be talking to former Yankees, Guardians, and Rangers pitcher Nick Goody, played from 2015 to 2020. He will be on the show. We'll get into the Yankees. We'll get into the Guardians. Both teams making the playoffs. The Rangers, who won the World Series last year, are not making the playoffs this year, which is a very big surprise, especially what they did with the last 3 weeks of the season, and then going into the playoffs and making the run that they did. They made specific moves at the trade deadline last year that gave them that boost and made them go all the way to the World Series and win. This year they didn't have that luck. And at 10 o'clock, we will be talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions in charge of defensive tackle Sylvester Williams. If you don't know who he is, he played from 2013 to 2020. He was a defensive tackle. I remember him on the Titans. So he will be joining us. We'll get into the NFL. We'll get into some of the teams that he played for. A lot of interesting conversations on where the Jaguars are going to go. So the Jaguars right now, looks like Trevor Lawrence has lost the edge. And we will get into that a little bit later, because it looks like Albert Breer, if I'm not mistaken, is predicting that they might make a run at somebody that used to coach the New England Patriots. And you know who he is, Bill Belichick. So that's one of the teams. Anybody that thinks that Bill Belichick is not going to get another job, he is absolutely getting another job next year. It could be Dallas. I've heard stories. I've heard the Giants. So there's a lot of specifics when it comes to Bill Belichick. He is going to have his options on where he wants to go. And the Jaguars will probably pay him the most, because they're an organization that would probably do that. And as we know, Tom Coughlin is a part of that organization, still a part of that organization. I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Belichick goes there. So a lot of specifics that we will get into a little bit later in the show. So why don't we get into it? Because this Deion Sanders story is fantastic. And if you're a Deion Sanders fan, which you all know I'm not, but I want to get into it. At his press conference, Deion Sanders said that you can compare Shohei Ohtani with Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. He added that Ohtani is doing things we have never seen before and has influenced baseball the way Jordan and Brady did in their sports. He added that it doesn't matter that Shohei Ohtani hasn't won championships, because it is harder to control a baseball game than any other sport. This season will be Shohei Ohtani's first playoff appearance in his 7-year career. Ohtani leads the National League in 6 offensive categories this season. Ohtani became just the 3rd player in MLB history with 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. First of all, for the last couple of years, people have been comparing Shohei Ohtani to Babe Ruth. Babe friggin' Ruth. Babe Ruth, the greatest baseball player to ever play baseball. I do not believe Shohei Ohtani, as good as he is, offensively, even as a pitcher, is anywhere close to Babe Ruth. Now, what Shohei Ohtani did this year was fantastic. We'll never probably see that again for the next 20 to 25 years. But Shohei Ohtani didn't have to play any outfield position, infield position, and he didn't even have to play on the mound. All he had to worry about is getting up to the plate, smacking balls all over the field, including home runs, and stealing bases. That's all he had to worry about. It is impressive what Shohei Ohtani has done. There's no question that he is impressive as a baseball player. But what Shohei Ohtani has done this year, is it better than what Aaron Judge has done for the New York Yankees? If you look at what Aaron Judge has done this year, he's batting over 1,000. How many players in history do you remember batted over 1,000, hit over 55 home runs, batting .320, and plays an everyday position? How many players do you know that's ever done that? And the answer, the last player to do that for the New York Yankees, Babe friggin' Ruth. So if you want to compare somebody to Babe Ruth, it's Aaron Judge. Now, as far as what I believe what Shohei Ohtani is and comparing him to Michael Jordan and Tom Brady, what Shohei Ohtani has done this year, there is no comparison to what other sports and other athletes have done in their sports. Okay? Tom Brady was sensational as a quarterback. He was sensational. But Tom Brady was drafted in football. He was drafted as that 6th-round draft pick. Shohei Ohtani was really bidded for by a baseball team. The Angels bid for him. Michael Jordan was drafted in the 1st round by the Chicago Bulls. Shohei Ohtani was never drafted. So to compare these guys, I understand what he's trying to say. I understand what Deion Sanders is trying to get to. The player that he has turned out to be, as sensational as he is, as a superstar, and how he's turned really the Dodgers into a must-watch baseball team. Tom Brady and Michael Jordan did the same for both their respectable teams. But there are other players that did that for their respectable teams. You're going to tell me Aaron Judge doesn't make the Yankees a much-watched baseball team? When you watch Aaron Judge, you don't know when he's going to hit 2, 3 home runs in a game. But everybody keeps talking about Shohei Ohtani. Look how impressive Shohei Ohtani is. Last year, we had a hitter that batted almost 370 all season long. 370. That's effing impressive, but nobody speaks about it. All they talk about is $70 million. People forget what he was doing early this season, getting caught with betting on baseball. People forget that. You know why? Because of how great he is as a baseball player. Now, to Deion Sanders. Why is Deion Sanders bringing up or comparing Shohei Ohtani to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan? I would like to hear about what's going on with your team. Where do you believe this team is going moving forward for the rest of the NCAA season? That's what I want to hear. College football is big right now. And Keith, we will get into all of what you're saying right now. I have to attack what Deion Sanders just said at his press conference because it makes no sense. And Deion loves to bring up things that have nothing to do with his sports team or nothing to do with his own team. He wants to bring up stuff that has nothing to do with the conversations that we want to know about specifics. His son, where this season is lying for Colorado. Are they going to make the playoffs? What is his predictions moving forward when it comes to his team? That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear what he thinks about Shohei Ohtani and comparing him to Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. Now, again, Shohei Ohtani he's a fantastic player. And everybody wants to talk about him. Everybody. But there's been a lot of fantastic things that have happened this year. Caitlin Clark being another. Why haven't we heard anything from Deion Sanders about Caitlin Clark? How impressive Caitlin Clark was all season long. What she's done for the WNBA. How she's changed the WNBA. Has Shohei Ohtani changed the MLB? Seriously. We can argue the most impressive thing this year was what Aaron Judge did. And Shohei Ohtani, How about Chris Sale doing what he did this year? Probably the comeback player of the year. How many losses does he have? 3? Came back this year and won, 18, 19 games for the Atlanta Braves when everybody gave up on him, including the Boston Red Sox, who decided, hey, you know what? We don't want him anymore, and flush him down the toilet. It's true. But Deion Sanders, when he mentions Shohei Ohtani, yes, it's impressive what he's doing. There's no question. It was an impressive year by Shohei Ohtani. Did anybody doubt that Shohei Ohtani wasn't going to have a great year just stepping in a box and swinging at a baseball? Last year, look at his numbers. How many home runs did he have last year? How many RBIs did he have last year? Now, again, I don't want to hear from Deion Sanders. I would have rather heard from Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman, who has obviously is one of the great GMs right now in professional baseball, and he's been a part of the Yankees organization for over, 40 years. He's been the Yankees, the most impressive thing I've seen in sports since I grew up watching baseball, basketball, football, hockey, all the sports, is the fact that the New York Yankees haven't had a losing season since 1992. The 92-93 season. That was the last time the Yankees have had a losing season. That's more impressive than Shohei Ohtani hitting 50-50. How about Barry Bonds not going to the Hall of Fame? That is more of a story than Shohei Ohtani hitting 50-50. But again, everybody wants to talk about Shohei Ohtani. Why didn't Deion Sanders bring up about the whole betting scheme? Does he know anything about it?
Maybe he's in on it with his Arabian partners.
Who knows? He's in a lot of trouble himself. I mean, seriously, I don't want to hear what Deion Sanders thinks about Shohei Ohtani. I really don't. I just want to, it's still, we're in the middle of the college football season. There's a lot of football left. His team is what, 2-3? They're like 2-3, 2-4. They're fighting to try to make this playoff, which they're not because they've already lost 3 games. I want to hear about where he believes his team is going to go by the end of the season. Is his team actually going to beat one of these top 25 teams right now in the nation? Because he's got a couple of big games lined up. I want to hear about that. I want to hear about how you're going to contend and compete with these teams.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you don't really need to be saying that kind of thing vocally. It seems like this.
Do you want to hear, honestly, Speedy, if you're a sports fan and you're even a Deion Sanders fan, do you really want to hear if Deion Sanders believes that Shohei Ohtani could be compared to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan? Honestly.
It doesn't have to be public now. It's something that you could say, all right, you could joke around with your teammates that are baseball
fans. Keith, we know about Deion Sanders playing baseball. He wasn't even a great baseball player. I don't care what if Deion Sanders wanted to compare Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback, or a corner right now in football, compare it to himself or compare it to somebody that he remembers or somebody he played with, that's different. Deion Sanders did play baseball. He wasn't a great baseball player, and I don't want to hear it from anybody out there that believes it. He wasn't a great baseball player. He was a decent baseball player. Decent.
Mm-hmm. And I think he says some interesting points about like not controlling your own destiny in the playoffs, which obviously Shohei Ohtani, because he was on the dysfunctional Angels forever, has never had a chance to get to the playoffs. But it is harder in baseball. There's more uncontrollable aspects than there is in football or basketball. Hockey and baseball are probably the two that are the hardest to control just because there's so many factors. So I think he's right about that part of it. And again, the influence he's had on the game globally for baseball is strong, but it's not as strong as what Michael Jordan did for basketball. Like that kind of thing is not even close. Like Michael Jordan, like you talk about all the time, the shoe deals, the European players, the European leagues now in basketball. Like,
what is their record? So he says they're 3-1. Fine, Keith, they're 3-1. I don't even watch Colorado. I don't even care what he's doing. He's beaten nobody. Who did he beat? Has he beaten a top 25 team yet?
No.
So who cares who he's beaten?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is what you're saying. You're complaining about that. You want to stand up and stick up for Deion Sanders. That's fine. You can stick up for him. He wasn't a good baseball player. His team is going nowhere. He's not making the football playoff. What do I care what Deion Sanders thinks about Shohei Ohtani? I could care less. what he thinks about Shohei Ohtani. It is a story because it's coming out of Deion Sanders' mouth.
Yeah, it's a story. It's like fusing all these worlds together. Deion Sanders, Ohtani, all the Michael.
It has everything to do with it, Keith. It has everything to do with it.
Again, Keith, to reference what you're saying about the 3-1, like every 3-1 in college football is going to be different. Nobody's going to say that Colorado is a powerhouse right now. They're not even close to that right now, even for the 12-team playoff. But going back to the statements with Ohtani, like Ohtani definitely revolutionized like the two-way game of baseball, making the game stronger internationally, but not to the level Michael Jordan has. And like you said, even Caitlin Clark, not even to the level that Caitlin Clark could.
As a pitcher, where was he ranked last year? As a pitcher,
probably 15th or so.
I think he was ranked in the 20s, early 20s. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was 20th or 19th when it comes to all-purpose numbers, when it comes to ERA, WHIP, and all the big numbers and all those calculus numbers that they have now. Sabermetrics or whatever they call it. Yeah, he's not even a top 10 pitcher in baseball. He's not even a top 10 pitcher in baseball. But everybody says he's the Babe Ruth of baseball right now. How is he the Babe Ruth of baseball? What was Babe Ruth's numbers when he was pitching?
Yeah.
Now, it was a different game. But at that time, baseball was different. He was the best pitcher in baseball. He was the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the best hitter in baseball.
And Ohtani needs a much bigger sample to even get to that discussion first, especially pitching, which he's missed almost 2 full years already. He missed this year, obviously didn't pitch this year, and the COVID year and the beginning of the 2021 season. He needs more time to grow as a pitcher to be able to say that kind of thing. Now, obviously, Babe Ruth only hit at the end of his career when he went to the Yankees. Shohei Ohtani's doing both at once besides this year. So can he keep it up? I don't know, but he's 30 years old. But if he does, maybe if another 5 years, then we could maybe start.
Babe Ruth was 94 and 46, and his ERA was 2.28.
Yeah.
2.28.
Yeah, Ohtani's is at least 3. So
he's nowhere close to Babe Ruth. Mm-hmm. And who cares? It's a big story right now, Keith. I don't know if you've watched. It's all over the news. I mean, Stephen A. Smith spoke about it. WFN spoke about it. Everybody's speaking about it, what Deion Sanders said. And what Deion Sanders says, it always hits, everywhere in all different corners, from TV to newspapers to magazines. So, yeah, it is a big story.
And it's a big story, Keith, because Shohei Ohtani was supposed to be, he was compared to Babe Ruth in 2018 when he came into professional baseball. I mean, he played professionally in Japan, fine, but the Japanese league is very different. That's why it's still going to have that comparison for his entire career. But he's not going to get there. He needs at least another 5 like these types of years in order for that kind of thing to be happening. Like you said, Babe Ruth transcended the game of baseball. He is the biggest influence in the game of baseball.
The fact is, right now, I don't want to hear what Deion Sanders has or thinks about Shohei Ohtani in professional baseball. I want to hear what he sees or where he sees his team moving forward this coming season or this season on making the college playoffs, or not even making the college playoffs, just moving forward and where he sees his team. Because I remember last year, you say he's 3-1. Okay, he's 3-1 right
Again,
now.
every 3-1 is different.
He was 3-0 last year. He was 3-0 last year, and then they didn't win a game after that. That's the problem. I think they won 1 game after that of something.
And then they also collapsed against Stanford, which was hilarious.
So, again, I do care because I'm not a big fan of Deion Sanders and what he has to say. That's why, Keith. That's the whole point of this. You don't like it? Then don't listen to it.
Keith, the other thing, too, is...
And nobody said Ohtani's not amazing, okay? But to say that Shohei Ohtani is compared to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, Shohei Ohtani's been in the league for what, 7 years?
7 years, yep.
Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. Tom Brady played 25 years of the NFL football career. And then Michael Jordan played over 20 years, okay? When he gets to that point and he's ready to retire, then you can decide or try to start comparing him to Michael Jordan and Tom Brady, because there is no comparison. None. And by the way, it means a lot to win championships. It does. And by the way, this is the first time he's heading to the playoffs.
Right. And you got to remember, Keith, as well, like maybe him doing it, if he does it for even like 5 years less than that as a two-way player, maybe is a more impressive feat, but he has to do it for a much longer range of time. He was hurt for 2 different seasons pitching combined, this year and 2020 and 2021. And hitting wise, he also missed an entire season as well when he was with the Angels. So he needs plenty more time to do that. Now, again, do you want to make the Ichiro argument and combine his Japanese numbers? Fine. But again, he's still not to the level between influence and accomplishments and dominance of the sport anywhere close to Michael Jordan.
And I understand what he is trying to say, and he wants to create a stir. He wants to take all the pressure off his team. So he brings up a ridiculous statement like this about obviously Shohei Ohtani, Tom Brady, and Michael Jordan, and it takes all the pressure off his team going into this weekend's football game. And maybe that's what he's trying to do. I don't know what he's trying to do. I just don't care what he thinks about Shohei Ohtani, Tom Brady, and Michael Jordan. You can speak about this at the end of the season when it has no meaning. The season has no meaning to him anymore. Then you can speak about how impressed you've been with Shohei Ohtani and how great Tom Brady and Michael Jordan was. And you want to compare his greatness to those three guys or two guys and trying to compare all three of them together. I don't know what he's trying to do. Again, his statements behind it has nothing to do with the college football season. That's my argument. All right, Fish, your thoughts to this whole Deion Sanders bringing up Tom Brady, Michael Jordan to Shohei Ohtani.
Don't you have to win championships to be compared to the greatest champions of all time? Whatever happened to that, Deion? You forgot that's why we considered you one of the greatest players of all time. There have been a lot of great cornerbacks, none that have won as many championships as you did in a short period of time with multiple teams. People forget that he went to that 49ers team and won there and then went back. So and got it with Dallas after that. So that's why he was considered the best. He was great at skills, but there were guys like Darrell Green who were great cornerbacks that we don't talk about in the same light that may have been just as talented, if not more so, at different stretches of their career. Darrell Revis, right?
He
There's
never won
plenty of guys.
anything.
Champ
Well, he
Bailey.
did, actually. He won with the Patriots. We forget that.
It's
I
true.
want to forget that when he won with the Patriots. But when he came back, he was obviously, I think he was traded to Tampa from Tampa to New England. And then he went to New England for a year. And he won a Super Bowl over there.
And then he went back to the Jets.
He wasn't the same
the
guy
Jets
by
and
then,
just
though.
absolutely blew. But that's a whole nother story. Again, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, but and his peak wasn't as long as Deion's, and we all know that. But Ohtani hasn't won anything. He was on the Angels. The Angels suck. They've been terrible since when they went in 2002. They've been. It's been over 20 years that they've been mostly terrible. And they had Trout, who was the best player in the league for almost a decade, and Ohtani at the same time. And I don't think they broke 500.
Nope.
So let's pump the brakes a little bit on comparing them to MJ and Tom Brady. That makes zero sense. Now, statistically, he's putting up numbers we haven't seen. No one's done 50-50 before. He's going to end up at 55-55 possibly before the season's done. It's unbelievable. He's also a DH, and he's a pitcher. And a very good pitcher when he's able to pitch, except he's
never
not pitching
right now. He's not pitching right now. And Aaron Judge is an everyday player. I think that's more impressive. If Deion Sanders wants to bring up something or compare somebody to one of these guys or two of these guys, how about comparing Aaron Judge? But Aaron Judge hasn't won a championship either. He sucks in the playoffs. So you cannot bring up Tom Brady and Michael Jordan and try to compare any of these guys to any of those two. Because honestly, there's no comparison. There's none. And same thing with Babe Ruth. When I hear Babe Ruth is being compared Shohei Ohtani's being compared to Babe Ruth, I think it's been more of a comparison of what Aaron Judge has done this year to compare to Babe Ruth than anything Shohei Ohtani has done.
Well, it's a lazy comparison. It's because Babe Ruth was a pitcher and a hitter. So it's the first name that people jump to.
First two-way player.
He was a pitcher and a hitter when he played for Boston. When he came to the Yankees, he never pitched.
No, but he was, he hit when he was, before the DH and everything as well. And he was obviously a great hitter when he was out there, but he wasn't a full-time hitter until the greatest trade of all time, when he was traded for money so that the Boston owner could fund a Broadway play. And that's why they traded Babe Ruth. It's one of the great No Nanette, one of the great stories in baseball history. And it completely changed two franchises for almost 100 years. Well, I don't think anyone's looking at the Dodgers and saying, this is the no Nanette of the Angels. This is going to put them over the top. They're going to win for 10 years in a row. Maybe they need some pitching. Maybe it's not just get a guy who is kind of really a great hitter, but he can also pitch. But do you really want him to pitch? And that's the thing that we're going to be talking about in the next couple of years with him.
I don't think he should ever pitch again. After what he's doing this year, I think you should just concentrate as a DH, stealing bases and hitting home runs and being the hitter that you are. You will have more of a life as a baseball player than going back on the mound and throwing your arm out again. He throws his arm out again, his career is over. That's what I'm going to say. What is this, his second time he's tore his UCL? If he does it again, that's it. He's over. It's over for him. So the fact that he's coming back and he actually played all season and hit the way he has, it's very impressive. No question that he is. But to say that what he did this year isn't comparable for what Aaron Judge has done over there with the Yankees, I think what Aaron Judge has done this year is more impressive than what Shohei Ohtani did. That's just, and I'm not saying that as a Yankee fan. For a guy that's been declared a power hitter, that's what everybody says. He's a power hitter. He strikes out a lot. He doesn't strike out as much anymore. He's batting over 323. He's playing in the American League, which is a harder league conference to play in. Okay. You've hit over 55 home runs. You're playing for the New York Yankees with more pressure on you than anywhere else. I mean, and he's an everyday outfield. And by the way, he's playing center field, and his WAR is one of the best in the league. He's got one of the best WAR in baseball, and he's not even a center fielder.
Number one.
Oh,
Number one.
He's got the best WAR in baseball, and he doesn't even play center field. How about that? That's not impressive, but people forget that because he's playing for the Yankees, and he hasn't shown up in the playoffs. And I want to hear that from other people like Deion Sanders. You know why? Because Deion Sanders wants to bring up things that have nothing to do with what's going on with his football team. And by the way, Keith, I know I said they were 2-3. I was honestly comparing Colorado State. Colorado State is 2-2. That's what I made a mistake because I was looking at Colorado State's record to Colorado. Okay, so I made a mistake. Sorry, Keith, I was wrong. Okay, but what I will say is I don't want to hear Deion Sanders ever compare Shohei Ohtani to Michael Jordan or Shohei Ohtani. I Michael Jordan or Tom Brady. I don't want to hear it anymore until he's done with his career and he does as many great things for the Dodgers as those two players did for their teams. That's when we can start comparing Shohei Ohtani to those two players.
Yeah, the transcendent element of the two-way player makes it definitely interesting, but like you were describing, Fish, it might be hard for him to get back to that form on a consistent basis pitching-wise. Does he come back to that same way? We've seen it with Jacob deGrom having 2 different elbow injuries as well, and the shoulder injuries he had at the end of his Mets career. Like, that kind of thing has hurt him where he didn't come back until, like, last week or something like that. So will Shohei Ohtani be coming to that? And Shohei Ohtani at his peak value wasn't Jacob deGrom either.
And again, Keith, nobody's saying that it's not impressive. It's very impressive. It's very impressive. I don't want to hear or even think about comparing those two players or Shohei Ohtani to those two players until his career is over. Those guys had long-lasting careers, and they dominated their sports for a very, very long time. And by the way, we might never see that again. You're going to tell me we're never going to see somebody like Shohei Ohtani? We're already seeing somebody right now in the American League. Maybe not as a pitcher, but he's not pitching this year. We have seen that from an American League player that's having a better year than he has. So you're going to tell me that 50 stolen bases and 50 home runs is more impressive than 323, 55, or maybe by the time he's done with the season, 56 and 60, maybe he has 60 home runs and 140 batted running RBIs and how many runs batted in or whatever it is. He's going to have better numbers than Shohei Ohtani. So you're going to tell me that Shohei Ohtani hitting 50-50 is more impressive than what Aaron Judge has done? I don't think so. That's just my opinion. I don't think so.
And also, you brought up the stolen bases, too. Like, that's another thing that maybe is going to have longevity questions as well if he does keep getting hurt.
The bases are how big? They look like pizza boxes.
Well, yeah. Not only that, I'm talking about like even just running as a whole. Like Fish, you were talking about like the injury risks too with him hitting this year and looking at base running in the future too. If he gets to 35 years old and it's not able to steal as many bases, like it's going to be even harder to get to that trajectory as well. If he has those like 5 top seasons as a two-way player, yeah, you could start having that conversation. Not right now, and definitely not to the influence level that Michael Jordan has brought to the game of basketball.
It's ridiculous.
You can make the argument he's the 3rd best player in the league this year. There's another guy with higher WAR than Ohtani, and that's Bobby Witt Jr. Bobby Witt Jr. has been absolutely incredible. That guy, his hitting is right on par with Ohtani. Ohtani's got obviously the better stats with the home runs and stolen bases, But it's not that you have one of the best defensive players in the world in Bobby Witt Jr. playing up the middle. His defensive value is off the charts, and his offensive value is just a little bit behind Ohtani. Judge's offensive value is unlike anything we've really ever seen. People don't realize that Judge is doing something right now that's not happened in baseball. He's since 2022, he's got a stretch where he's well over 200, OPS plus, where he is twice as good, not just at 100's average, 200's impossible, and he's over 200 for a 3-year span. That's never happened before, ever, even going back to Babe Ruth.
And here's even more, and I want to get into the next subject, but this is even more impressive about what Aaron Judge has done. Aaron Judge has he's hit 300 home runs quicker than any player in baseball history. We're speaking about Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, any one of those guys, you name it, Barry Bonds, every one of those guys, Mark McGwire, all these great home run hitters. Aaron Judge did it faster than any one of those guys. Any one of those guys. And remember, Aaron Judge came into the league when he was like 25 years old. He was 25 when he played his first game in the major leagues. I think that's more impressive than what everybody keeps talking about with Shohei Ohtani. I'm not taking away from what Shohei Ohtani has done this year. It's very, very impressive. It's amazing. I'm just sick and tired of hearing about it, saying that he's the Babe Ruth of baseball. And then everybody now is trying to compare him to Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. First, it's Babe Ruth, the greatest baseball player. Now they're comparing him to arguably the greatest football player and arguably the greatest basketball player. It's ridiculous. He's not even close to be on Mount Rushmore for his respectable sport. He's not even close. He's not even the best player in baseball right now to say that he's the greatest baseball player ever. It's ridiculous. On the Pat McAfee show, Aaron Rodgers took shots at reporters who questioned the Jets team culture, saying that the Jets culture has been a good vibe. Rodgers was referencing an article written by Athletics' Ben Stadig, that said that the Jets were completely disarray. Rodgers also took shots at Haason Reddick's agent, Tory Dandy, saying that he was the source of why people have been taking shots at the New York Jets. He added that Dandy and Reddick are doing everything they can to say negative things about the New York Jets because Reddick isn't signed. Reddick requested a trade from the Jets last month and wants a deal no less than $25 million per year. Dandy says there is going to be an expected decision on Reddick soon within the next 2 weeks. You know why there's going to be a respected decision? Because he's going to go to the Jets. He's going to play this year because he doesn't want to be on this team next year. That's why the Jets are going to negotiate a deal right now, because he doesn't want to be there next year, and he wants to make sure he goes to free agency. He's lost a lot of money, and Dandy has lost a lot of money because he gets a percentage of that as an agent. So you sit here today and you wonder, why is these stories coming out? Now, Aaron Rodgers, he's going to go on the Pat McAfee show. He is going to gossip. That's who Aaron Rodgers is. He's become a gossiper. That's what he is. As long as he gets on the football field every single Sunday, Thursdays, or Mondays and puts up, a great game, throws 300 yards and wins a football. You don't even have to throw 300 yards. You could throw 180 and win a football game. As long as you're winning football games, Aaron, you can say whatever you want. You can say anything. You can tell me the world's ending. You can tell me Osama bin Laden's going to be the next quarterback for the New York Jets after you, if he's still alive. I don't care what you think, okay? As long as you get on a field and win games. That's all I care about with a guy like Aaron Rodgers. On a Pat McAfee show, he obviously wants to be funny. He always has his own opinion towards things. And listen, I do believe when the Jets are winning, there's good vibes. In any team culture, if you're winning, there's good vibes. But here's the problem. And I'm going to get into what all these writers are trying to do with the New York Jets. They're trying to stir things up. They're trying to bring up things that have happened in the past. And when things start to happen again this year, turmoil starts, and the Jets go on a 1 or 2 game losing streak, and the Jets aren't winning, and they're losing against teams they should beat, what's going to happen? Then all of a sudden, this this story from The Athletic comes out. Oh, maybe there's some truth to it. And then you're going to hear other writers come out, as we all seen over the last couple of months with the New York Jets. If something happens, in the locker room or something happens at the practice field. I remember the whole Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson thing. They're not getting along at practice. They're arguing. I mean, when you have two competitors out there that want to win and expect to have a good season, what do you think they're going to do if they're not on the same page? They're going to argue. They're going to complain. I don't know what everybody doesn't understand when it comes to a competitive nature and being a professional athlete. Now, the whole Haason Reddick situation is an absolute joke. It is a joke. It really is. Because Haason Reddick and Tory Dandy told the Jets before they made this trade, no matter what happens, I'm going to play a full season. I'll play on my final year contract, and then we can negotiate a deal before the trade deadline. If we can't come to an agreement, I go to free agency, and there she blows. That was the deal when the Jets sat down before they made that trade, because they knew they weren't going to re-sign Bryce Huff. And everybody knew that Haason Reddick did not want to go back to the Eagles because there was something going on in that locker room last year. Something. And Haason Reddick had something to do with it. Now, this thing with Haason Reddick, and obviously Dandy knows they're coming to an agreement. He knows. And why does he know? Because what are we going in? We're going into week 4, right? It's week 4. Mm-hmm. Week 8 is the trade deadline. 7 or 8 is the trade deadline in the middle of the season. They have to decide what they're doing, if he's going to sit out for the rest of the season, or he can somehow push his way out of the Jets and he gets traded somewhere else. But we all know Joe Douglas isn't going to trade him. He already set out that he is not going to trade him. So now you're hearing that in the next 2 weeks, there's going to be something happening. There's going to be a decision made. The reason why the decision is going to be made in 2 weeks is because in 2 weeks, yes, starting this week, it will be week 6, week 7. So there has to be an agreement, because if they don't make an agreement, Haason Reddick doesn't play this year, and then he has to come back next year on another full season and have to play for the Jets, and playing at the same price or even probably less. So why would he do that when he's losing money right now? What is he losing? He's losing like $600,000 a week, not showing up to the Jets. There's no way he's going to continue doing this season and losing money. He's 30 years old. He's going to be 30 this year. That means how many years left does Haason Reddick have? How many top-end years as a defensive lineman does he have? He probably has 3 more years, and that's probably what he's going to get wherever he goes. It might not be the Jets. It might be the Lions, or wherever he decides to go, whoever decides to give him the most money. He's not, and most of that money is not even going to be guaranteed, because he's 30 years old, and he's a defensive lineman. If he was in his 20s, mid-20s, and he was doing what he's done over the last 4 years or last 3 years with the Eagles, yeah, then he would be getting that kind of money and guaranteed money. But he's not that player anymore, and he's now trying to scavenge up whatever he could possibly get, because he knows this is probably going to be his final contract.
Yeah, and you look at the situation with the Eagles, the way that fell out ugly with the Eagles at the end of the season. We talked about Sirianni a couple months ago, like the toxicity at the end of the year and whether he was at risk to lose his job. A.J. Brown wanted to be traded at that time before he got extended by the Eagles. Like, there was something going on there. And now Haason Reddick's going to use the Jets as a scapegoat for everything that's going on, and Tory Dandy's going to make it seem like, oh, this is a typical Jets, same old Jets all over again, because it gets headlines. Like anything Aaron Rodgers does already got headlines, even when
because they've been a clown organization forever. They've been a clown organization all these years, even since Rex Ryan, when they went to back-to-back AFC title games. They were a clown organization. What did they call them? The New York Clowns. That's what they called them. Right. I mean, Rex Ryan would go to press conferences with a mop on his head. He was trying to pretend that he was his brother when his brother was the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
This is what they were. They were a clown organization run by an owner that at one point, and when Donald Trump was in office at the time, he went over there to England. Instead of running his own football team, he was out there trying to, be a part of this whole spiel over there, and I don't even know what you call what he was doing over
I think
there.
he was an ambassador.
An ambassador. Why do I want Woody Johnson to be an ambassador for the United States over there in England? I would rather him be over there running my organization and hoping my organization actually wins a Super Bowl after 50 some odd years.
And then he comes back and they have Zach Wilson. So that'll help his cause.
I mean, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic. So, yeah, they are a clown organization. They haven't been a clown organization for the last 2 years.
No,
they haven't. Robert Saleh is a clown. I mean, sorry,
he's a
Bambi clown, or Bambi. He is a Bambi clown, but Bambi Saleh, he's been one of those guys that you just question some of his play calling, some of the things that he does on the sideline, some of the things that he's done. I mean, even when I watched Hard Knocks, I mean, there are things that, Saleh has done that just makes me shake my head. And everybody says, well, Saleh's done a great job this year. What has he done?
Yeah.
Who's he beat? He's beaten nobody. They have beaten nobody. For all you Jet fans out there that think that this is so impressive of what he did on Thursday night, you know what was so impressive is that Aaron Rodgers actually believes in his offensive line. Now you see him run outside of the pocket. He's making plays that we remember him doing over there in Green Bay. He hasn't done in almost 2.5 years. That was impressive. Not what the play calling of Robert Saleh and Nathaniel Hackett. It was pathetic, actually, some of the play calls. At some points, I was wondering what the hell are they doing? And that's the problem. What are they going to do when they're playing a good run-stopping team and all they keep doing is they're running the ball on the first down, running the ball on the second down, and sometimes running the ball on the third down? They run the ball too much. And last week, the one thing I could say they did right is they let Aaron Rodgers take over the playbook. That's what they did. Hey, Aaron, do whatever you want. You want to use the tight ends? Use the tight ends. You want to use a wide receiver that you never heard before, or, he's just a punt returner? Use him, Gibson. Use whoever you want. Just get the ball out of your hands as quick as possible and protect yourself. And that's what he did. He slid. He did all the right things, but he played a team. And again, the New England Patriots are a good defensive team. But when you find their weaknesses start to implode the strengths of the team. And that's what it did. It imploded. Everything that good happened to them over the last 2 weeks because they're a good run-stopping defense. After everything started to implode, they couldn't stop the run. So, and that's what usually happens when you have a power back like Allen, who just is beating you and beating you up. It opens up seams, and then, as you watched on Thursday, it opened up seams so long and so big that these tight ends were getting open. These wide receivers were getting open. And even some of the fullbacks and the two fullbacks that the Jets use that are tight ends. I mean, everybody was open on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, again, you mentioned a good point, too, with the amount of talent that the Jets have and the amount of talent that the Jets could use with the depth that they have, and they're still not getting to their point. But that's also not saying that the Jets are the same old Jets, and that's why I think this argument that Tory Dandy and Haason Reddick are making just shows they're more of the issue here, and the Jets are just being duped by the fact that they haven't done anything yet. Yeah, okay, you want less than $25 million a year or more than $25 million a year, okay, but again, you need to know that you're 30 years old. And yes, while you're coming off double-digit sack seasons, fine. You need to realize the Jets' cap space. You need to realize that the Jets are a contending team. And they are a good culture. Aaron Rodgers creates a good culture there. Now, you're right. Robert Saleh has a question mark. But Aaron Rodgers, for years with the Packers, was a stabilizer. Yes, he's crazy. Yes, he's eccentric with all his relationships and stuff like that. I'm not saying like he's a role model off the field, but like he's a good leader on the field. And there's a reason the Packers have made the playoffs so many times with so many rotational rosters.
You know what bothers me about Jets and people speaking about the Jets? I am a Jet guy. I am a Jet fan. Sometimes people probably wonder if I really am a Jet fan because of the way I attack them over and over and over again and how much I can't stand Bambi Saleh. And by the way, what is his? How do you pronounce it? Carrito.
Welcome back.
Shout out to Carrito for joining us and all the fans out there that listen to us. But what bothers me more than anything is the Jets haven't done anything yet. And Haason Reddick and his agent or whoever is speaking for him right now, I don't understand where they think there's so much turmoil with the New York Jets. There is no turmoil. The Jets are going out there week by week and they're playing the game. When they start to lose and some things start to come out, which is done, has been done before, then you can start saying, well, there's turmoil in that locker room. That's why I don't want to be there. How about what you did over there with the Eagles last year? how much turmoil was going on over there with the Eagles. Why weren't the Eagles as good as they should have been last year? Everybody thought the Eagles were a team that you didn't want to play in the playoffs. Well, they didn't look that good in the playoffs. They didn't look that good in the regular season, especially the last 6 games of the season. They lost against the New York Jets. They lost the
Cardinals.
They lost their first game in their team history against the New York Jets. Okay.
Can we talk more about why that was so bad last year and why it's still bad this year, despite Saquon Barkley being, of course, as we expected, the best player in all of the NFL throughout through the first 3 weeks of the season? Nick Sirianni, there was a play in the middle of that Eagles game where it was late in the half and they decided to run the ball and they ended up not having enough clock to score the way that they should have. And it turns out after the game, Sirianni overruled Kellen Moore, his offensive coordinator, and decided to go against analytics and just use his gut. And that's the type of stuff you hear from guys that are going to be fired. Kellen Moore was given to him because they couldn't run offense last year. It was like when the ownership's like, this is your new guy. He's going to make it better for you. Do what he says. And he's overruling him. You could already see the fractures going on in Philly with that coaching staff. And the big problem is the same problem as it was last year. Nick Sirianni. I love to see it personally as a Giants fan. I love to see that his dirtbag antics, and I'm going to use that only when I talk about Eagles and Cowboys. Everyone else I'm very nice to.
I mean, did you see what Jalen Carter did this past week?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we know about him.
And I understand there's a lot of ex-Eagles that loved what he did. I think, and what I'm not going to mention the Eagles that I remember, that I've seen their podcasts and I've seen extra Eagle players over the last, I would say 24 to 48 hours speaking out what Carter did. The problem is what he did and how he did it at the end of the game. And by the way, they did win the game, but they won by what? 3 points? They won by a field goal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not impressive. What are you bragging about? Panting and crying over there on the sidelines. And Sirianni going up to him and trying to calm it down. I would have suspended him. I would have fined him for what he did. That was embarrassing. Nobody cares what they did in the game. All they're talking about is what Carter did at the end of the game. And by the way, what happened last year with Haason Reddick over there in the locker room? The stories that were coming out, and by the way, everybody's upset right now with the way Bryce Huff has played. They gave him $18 million. They signed him to a 3 or 4 year deal, and Haason Reddick still not signed. And you're hearing stories that if Haason Reddick becomes available, that they would be interested in making a trade and bringing him back. What are you, nuts? He didn't want to be there in the offseason. That's why you traded him. And now you want to bring him back and create more turmoil there because you can't find a pass rush? I mean, that's a problem. You want to talk about disarray? I mean, people forget that. I am a Jet fan, but I like the Eagles too. So I do root on the Eagles. I know what's going on over there in Eagle Town, all right, besides them eating horse crap, okay? I know what they do, and I know the situation with the fans, and that's why nobody likes Eagle fans. But there's a lot of disarray over there, but I haven't heard Tory Dandy talk about the Eagles and the disarray from last year. Not at all. All we're hearing from their mouths is the New York Jets. There's too much disarray. My client is unsure if he wants to sign there. What's going on with the contract? That's not what was said when you decided. Yes, when you decided that your client wanted to be traded there.
Before we get Keith on the phone, I just want to read some of Carito's comments. Aaron Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks of all time. Kyler Murray is back. And then Jalen Hurts and Nick have been having arguments. The Eagles locker room loves Jalen Hurts' leadership more than Nick.
I love Jalen Hurts. I love him. There's no doubt. You have to love a guy like that. He stays out of the tabloids. He doesn't talk crap. That's what you love when you have a quarterback like that, is he doesn't go out there trying to find something to be attacked upon the press. The press can attack so many things about you when you go out there and you speak to them. He doesn't throw his team under the bus, and he doesn't throw himself under the bus or his coaching staff. I know he's not a big fan of Nick Sirianni. A lot of them aren't, but he doesn't throw Sirianni under the bus. But Haason Reddick has. We've heard Haason Reddick take shots at Nick Sirianni. That's why he's not there anymore. That's why Sirianni and him weren't getting along on the sidelines. How many people have watched the Eagle games last year? I watched a lot of them. And every time the defense was coming off the field, Sirianni and Haason Reddick were within 5 feet of each other, bickering to each other on the sidelines, that the defensive coordinator had to step in and try to push them away. Okay? That's what I saw. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the Eagles because he has nothing to do with the Eagles right now. He has no part of the Eagles, but he's a part of the Jets, and he's sitting there waiting for this contract that I just believe the Jets should not give him. That's why I want Haason Reddick to come on the show. This is why, Speedy, I told you to reach out to his agent. I want him on this show because I would love to call him out on why you decided or even sat down with the New York Jets before the trade happened and said and agreed upon the move. If the Jets made the trade, that you will live out, you will go out with this contract and play out this contract and decide what you're going to agree to before the trade deadline this coming year. But now we're going into the trade deadline. He's still not up and on the field. Watch. They're going to come to an agreement, and he's going to play in 1 game or 2 games. He's going to go down for the season, and all of this was for nothing. For nothing. That's very Jet-like. That is very Jet-like.
Carito also says he's a better leader as well than Nick Sirianni. Yes, absolutely. All right, Keith, I know you've been waiting.
Hey, one thing about Rodgers, he didn't just, he's the offensive coordinator for every game, Aaron, not just the last one.
No, I agree with you, but it's funny how Bambi Sala is over there on the sideline saying and doing the things that he's doing.
Rodgers is loving Sala. He was backing him 100% like he should. I don't know if you heard his comments, but
I heard his comments, and the reason why.
But you know what? Why? And he's right. Even if you don't believe him, why rock the boat? Everything's going good. Everything's going well. There was a great game plan last game. It was. Whether it's doing it or not, I thought they called an excellent game all game long. The calls, and they got better and stronger. And you know what? I'm with you on Reddick. I wouldn't sign him. He can go fuck himself. You know what? They don't need him. They don't need him. He will be the one who will end up screwing up the chemistry.
Now,
if anything.
Now let me cut in on this one. Okay, so Aaron Rodgers speaks very highly of Robert Saleh. They're only speaking high about one another is because they're winning. And what is going to happen?
They're going to continue to win now.
I hope so, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to quit my day job on this. I am not. I'm not. I will not bet on.
I'm going to tell you something. There is a different feel. There's something different about this team. They were supposed to be 2-1. Nobody thought they'd beat San Fran the first game. Thought maybe. You know what? And it's not a bad loss. Good. Everybody figured out. Typical Jazz.
It was a horrible loss, dude. Are you watching? Are you watching San Francisco right now? It's the same team. It's the same roster.
No McCaffrey. Let me finish. What I mean by it, it's a good loss where they learn from it, right? And everybody took the pressure off of them. And now, you know what? Now they're playing like they're supposed to.
Who did they beat? Who did they beat? Who did they beat? They beat the Titans? The Titans, everybody. Everybody could beat the Titans. Levis stinks.
Right. No, you're right. They beat who they're supposed to. Who's on their schedule.
All right, beat a good team.
They're going to.
Beat a good team. You're going to beat Buffalo?
And this week.
3 weeks?
This week, I think the Buffalo and them will split. They're both great teams, man. Buffalo looks amazing. Definitely looks like the best.
They've been
team.
the best performance team so far.
Absolutely. Both sides of the ball. You know, that team is focused. They might not be better than the Bills, but they're right there. I think, and as long as they don't get hurt and they keep this focus and they got everybody's happy, they're going to be, they're going to get the most out of the team for once.
I'm not going to bet on it. I'm not going to bet on it. And I know Jet fans want to believe it. And to your ears and God's mouth, okay? And any kind of way, if God's speaking right now, and he's going to tell me the Jets are going to win 12 or 13 games, because that was my prediction in the beginning of the season. But I'm going to tell you this right now. San Francisco, that game was a winnable game. And San Francisco has lost back-to-back games. Why do you think they've lost back-to-back games?
With a complete different team than the first.
It doesn't matter. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey. Okay, you stopped the Titans running game. It doesn't matter because
it does.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
You don't have your best player.
No, it doesn't. You didn't have your best player. He wasn't playing in the game. Christian McCaffrey didn't play. That's their best player.
McCaffrey. I thought everybody else they've lost since then.
And they still shouldn't blow a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter to a team that has two receivers hurt in the Rams.
Right, but it doesn't have nothing to do with the way they played the first game.
The Rams had nobody. They lost against the Rams. They lost against the Rams.
And Errol, that happens every year to even the best teams.
They shouldn't be blowing a 10-point fourth quarter
The
lead.
Jets haven't beaten anybody. I want to see the Jets beat somebody.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does.
No,
Everybody
it doesn't.
Yes, it is. But okay, it doesn't.
The
Aaron
first
Rodgers.
team has nothing to do with that game.
I'm going to explain to you. Now, let me speak, and I'm going to tell you why it does. You ready to hear this? Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show praising Robert Saleh and his coaching so far this year, and praising the team, how great they've looked over the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks. Let me ask you a question. 2 weeks. Okay, he's praising them. He hasn't beaten anybody. They have beaten nobody. So, okay. So how are you praising a coach that beat nobody? They beat nobody. Nobody.
He's praised them because that's what you do.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going on a Pat McAfee show.
What you're supposed to
because
do.
what are they going to do? They're going to put their name on the board. The Jets are now.
This isn't
Watch the Jets lose this week against Minnesota.
They're not going to
Watch them go to Minnesota and lose this. Watch them go to London. I meant London at 9:30 in the morning. They're going to play them in London.
Right this week, right?
Is it Denver or Minnesota?
Denver
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're going to go to They're going to go to London and play Denver.
Out of Denver.
Really? What did happen?
Yes.
What happened this past week with Denver against Denver?
Hey, all right, Al. Look, so you don't think that your team is going to beat Denver? You really don't.
I'm just saying it's very Jet-like. You're not listening to me.
It's Jet-like.
It's very Jet-like.
This is by far the best Jet team I've ever seen.
Really?
And if they blow it, they blow it. Right? I understand because this happens every year. I do. But Rodgers,
it's not Minnesota. I thought they're playing Minnesota.
No, Minnesota's next week.
No.
Speedy, you're the one who agreed with me. It was Minnesota. So.
Yeah. They could. Well, listen, they could lose to Minnesota. Minnesota's a great team.
Yep, Sam Darnold revenge game.
That will show. You're right. But what I'm saying is, so far they're doing what they're supposed to do. That's all. And they're getting better.
I don't know. They struggled with the Titans. I don't know if you could say that.
Did they come back and kick their ass in the second half? Yes.
Yeah,
they did. They dominated.
They looked like crap. They should have lost the game.
I don't care. They won the game, man.
They lost. They should have lost the game.
They shouldn't have lost because they won.
They let Will Levis throw the ball all over the field against
them. They played an excellent second half, a shitty first half.
Okay, and that doesn't make them make them a good team.
But listen, the NFL makes no sense. No sense. That's why they call it no fucking logic. Any good team can lose to a shitty team. Hey, you know what? Enough of that. I wanted to ask you about how awful the Colts quarterback is. He has been horrific. He has worse stats than Trevor Lawrence, and that's bad. What happened to him, man?
The shoulder injury. He's
working. But he doesn't.
I'm going to explain. You want me to speak here? He depended. Here's what is going on right now with Richardson. Richardson doesn't trust his arm. Okay, he doesn't trust his arm because he just had.
How do you know that?
Because you could see it. He's using his legs more. He's trying to run outside of the pocket.
He
doesn't.
Use your legs.
Could I speak? I'm explaining to you. I'm trying to explain to you why Richardson has looked really. Yes, my opinion. Watching him the first 3 weeks of the season, this is why Richardson hasn't looked good. Straight up, he is afraid to make throws outside of the pocket. And when he is throwing the ball down the field, he's overthrowing it. I don't know if you've watched the games, but I have. He's overthrowing it. Well, so now that he knows, let me finish up. Now that he sees that he's overthrowing the pass, he doesn't trust his accuracy. So what is he trying to do? He's trying to use his legs even more to make plays.
I bet his ass.
And that could happen. I mean, look what's going on with Trevor Lawrence. If it was up to me right now, I don't care how much money he's making. The Jaguars are 0-3. I'm sitting him. I'm going to take my chances on the backup.
Either way, you're paying the money, so you might as well. I agree. And you know what? I'd agree with same as Richardson. Same thing, because he's not doing the job. Bottom line.
So wacko time.
I think, and neither one of them have great teams. Okay.
No,
they don't. They're I guess the Colts have a little more talent.
The Chiefs don't have a great team. They're beatable. They've been beatable every single week.
They're beatable. Yeah, they are.
And I'm going to tell you this, Patrick Mahomes, I've had him on my fantasy team. He has been.
That's a dumb fantasy pick. He's not a big fantasy quarterback anymore.
Oh, he was last year. He was one.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, his numbers sucked last year.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Every time I played him,
he wasn't.
All right. I'm telling
he was my quarterback.
Keith,
He sucked.
Keith, it depends on the league. It depends on what you're playing and
No,
how you're playing with points. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. He had a fifth. But as far as his numbers, he did not. He wasn't a passing quarterback. It was the
Speedy,
defense
what
that
was
won
his
it.
what was his
They were not
fantasy
good, Al.
points? What was his fantasy points last year?
They
Go
were
look
not
it up.
good.
I'm just telling you. I played
I
him
think you mean
twice.
the year before.
I played him twice last year. He had 50 points in 1 week, and he had 45 points
Oh,
in
yeah,
another.
you're in a different league than me, man. We can't never.
It's about the quarterback. Different leagues have different points. They use the quarterback
But
more.
he definitely wasn't a good all season. Maybe he had 1 or 2 good weeks, and you got lucky that we had him. You know,
I drafted.
But he wasn't. He wasn't. He really wasn't. I wouldn't have picked him this year at all. Or Fisher's great pick of Kelce.
He was quarterback 8 for fantasy last year.
That's pretty good.
Eighth best quarterback.
That's pretty good. Eighth is pretty
What?
good. Eighth is pretty
He was
good.
what?
He was
The
8th
eighth.
best quarterback for fantasy in default leagues.
It's pretty good.
Oh, default. No, in my league, he was near the bottom.
Okay, every league is different scoring, like he's saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's still.
All right.
He's not a good typical fantasy quarterback right now because he doesn't have the players as much. You know what I mean? They're not passing.
He
that
has
Tyreek
been
Hill anymore.
horrible. He's been horrible this year.
No, he's not horrible. He's been average.
5
for him.
touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Yeah, that's not horrible. That's average.
659 yards. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, listen, Harold. Nobody saw for a lot of yards in the NFL.
Keith, watch the short I just posted a few hours ago. Patrick
Yeah, he's
Mahomes
not
and
that
Daniel
good. No,
Jones have
listen.
very similar numbers.
Listen, no, you're right. You're right. I seen that. But you know what? They're winning. That's the bottom line.
They're winning because the league is letting them win.
Yeah.
Oh no, absolutely. Into the games.
The league wants them to win. That's the whole point.
You know why? I don't think they want to win Super Bowl. I think they want them to get right by there in the Final Four at least.
I think so too. You know why?
Yeah,
Because they're the
I
evil.
agree.
Because they're the evil empire right now. Everybody hates them, and you want the bad guy. You want the good team to beat the
I
bad
like
team.
when they're in. I like it. I like when the Yankees win. I like it. I do like it.
The Yankees aren't the evil empire.
People that aren't Yankee fans don't like
But
when the
guess
Yankees
what?
are in.
But guess what? Baltimore and Buffalo, I think, are both better than them.
Yes, they are. Talent-wise, they are.
And the Jets too could be.
I know. I'm worried about Baltimore. I think this, and I want to get
Well, they
into.
got a fucking brutal schedule.
I am not really that worried about Baltimore because
their defense isn't great, but I tell you what, though, Lamar Jackson can just take over a game like he's amazing. But you know what? They're letting teams back in too much. You're right. Every game. I'm just saying they could, but they got a tough schedule too, man. You know what's crazy? That whole what is it? The AFC South.
Mm-hmm.
All the quarterbacks suck this year, except for Stroud in 2 of the 3 games. The last game he sucked. Where they figured these guys are supposed to be the best, and they blow.
You know, if you look at CJ Stroud's numbers this year, they're not that impressive. They're really
the first
not.
2 games, he played like Allen in the first 2 games, very smart. He didn't make any mistakes. Nobody's numbers are that impressive except for Josh Allen. And your boy Darnold. Darnold's been the best.
Dak's been pretty good too. If you look at his numbers, they're pretty good.
Well, fantasy wise, yeah.
No, regular. I mean, his quarterback rating.
But you know
his
what?
PFF.
Man,
I mean, his numbers
does
are.
that when he does. He
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Brock Purdy's been awesome as always.
All right. So if you think he's been awesome, so has Dak Prescott.
Oh, Purdy's definitely better than Dak Prescott.
I honestly, if you look at the numbers, they're right now.
It ain't all about numbers, as you know, my friend.
All right, that's fine. But you're just saying, look how impressive
I'm
he is.
about clutch passes. Dak picks up the numbers when his team.
All right. So what is Purdy's record right now?
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the way he's playing.
All right, but Dak Prescott's playing better than him. Dak's playing better than him.
You say all the time it's about a team.
Yes, absolutely.
And
So
neither one of them have had a team that's playing well.
all right,
except for,
okay. So if you would ask me right now, who has better numbers?
I'm just saying,
Brock Purdy. I'm just asking you, who do you think has better numbers right now, Brock Purdy or Dak Prescott?
It's probably really close.
It's close, but who do you think has better numbers?
I don't know. Maybe Prescott.
Dak Prescott has better numbers right now.
Purdy's the better quarterback.
Purdy also has more weapons than him.
Yes. But well, I don't know about lately, but.
Well, this past game he didn't, but the first 2 games he does.
And then again, Jennings fucking had the biggest numbers, so maybe he does.
I'm going to start him this week, by the way.
They are deep. I tell you one thing now. That loss last week really makes you wonder: is this league fixed? A lot. It really does. They were in complete control, and all of a sudden they just die. It's like they're trying to keep these things competitive. You said it yourself. You believe the game's
Oh, I
competitive.
do. I absolutely believe the
so
game's
do
rigged. I think
And
the
you know
game's
what?
rigged.
I've been with you on that. I always have. I agree. And damn well, that Kansas City, that call was ridiculous. And that was
a horrible call. That pissed
they-
me off at the end of the game
It's
to
just
watch
like
something like that.
Michael Jordan always got every call to.
Yeah, Michael
And,
Jordan did get a lot of calls, but Michael Jordan
he
also
did.
was getting beaten up too. He got pounded.
Well, everybody was getting beat up then.
I mean, the Michael Jordan rules, if you remember the Detroit
Yeah,
Pistons
yeah,
coming out
yeah,
and saying
yeah.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they used to beat that. If he get into the paint, they just beat the hell out of him.
But you know what was great about him? He's such a fierce competitor. He came right back.
He came right back, even though, and there were Jordan rules, and there were other things.
Oh yeah, and he carried every time he dribbled.
Yeah, he
which is
did.
Huge.
Yeah, he did. But so does LeBron James. I mean, he carries he makes 4 or 5 steps. So does James Harden. He's the worst at that.
So Harden walks all the time.
Harden's horrible. Oh my
James
God, it's so
isn't as
bad.
bad as Harden. But you know what? They do that. They give the stars their bullshit, and that's every sport, especially basketball, football.
So Keith, the Purdy is far ahead of Dak in both QBR and passer rating, but the traditional stats: 842 yards, Dak has 851, and they both have 4 touchdowns.
All right, so Purdy, passer rating is what counts. Basically.
Yeah, so Purdy's having a better year, but like it's not drastic.
Purdy also has more weapons. He has more weapons.
But listen, Purdy's a better quarterback. He's more poised. He doesn't throw the. One thing about Dak, like I said, his passes are way off sometimes. You're gonna get one of his receivers killed. When he does, he does. But I've seen what's his face? But what about Donald, man? He's
Donald's awesome. Donald's awesome. I told that to everybody.
He was good.
Yeah.
I always thought he was good.
He's going to get a
And
big
you know what?
contract in the offseason.
And and you know what? The best thing that they did was they got rid of Cousins, let him go at that perfect time. He's old.
You know where I think Donald's going, right?
He's going to stay right there, man.
No, he's not.
Oh, you want to bet on that?
Why are they going to do that? They drafted a quarterback in the first round.
So what? Donald,
they're not.
listen, and you know that was a mistake. He's no number 4 pick.
I'm just saying you're not going to be giving him a $45 million, $50 million contract.
Hey, buddy, they might trade him.
No, that's what
They're
I'm
contending.
saying.
They're not going to trade him.
No, who are they going to trade?
Darnold. They're not going to trade Darnold.
No, they're going to trade him in the
No,
offseason.
not Donald. They can
He's
trade
saying
him.
McCarthy.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No,
Why would they?
They're not.
Why would they?
They're not going to overreact to 1 year.
Because that's
Donald is still young.
I'm gonna explain why they're not going to trade their young quarterback.
I would.
It's one, money. That's absolutely right. And number 2, and this is the very important one, you are not going to draft a quarterback in the first round and get a guy that's been a journeyman and say, you know what, I'm going to give you $50 million.
Wait,
I'm not going to do that.
How many years has he been in the league, Earl?
7 years.
He's been 7 already?
As long as Josh Allen, yes.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
He's 27 years old.
Oh, he's still young.
Yes. Yeah, he's the youngest
younger than Joe Burrow.
He's the youngest.
And he's a very young 27, because think about it.
He's the youngest quarterback drafted in NFL history.
Okay, so myself, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. They got great chemistry right now. This team.
You're going to give him $50 million?
I would.
I don't think they're going to do that. They'll trade him in the offseason.
I'm just saying.
To Miami. I think Miami is a team that you could look at.
Yeah,
Come
well,
on.
you know what? It all depends. Yeah.
Because Tua's going to retire. I think Tua might have to retire.
He's
He might.
absolutely a better quarterback than the guy they drafted.
You might be right. You might be right.
I think that way too, Keith, but that still doesn't mean that you have to trust
No,
go away from the
fine.
process just
Well,
for one
listen,
overperforming.
He's got
year.
a ways to go for sure. But he even looked good when he was filling in last year on CFN. You could tell. He was great when every time he came in. He learned a lot over there, man. And you know what? His deal was, as you call this, and you're right, it was the situation with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
He was brought to the wrong situation. And wait till it happens.
I said
Wilson.
I said something.
No.
I said something really, really funny today. You guys ready to hear this? I was talking to this guy Darnell today, and I said, "There's very few teams that are 3-0 right now in the NFL. There are 2 teams right now in the NFC. There's only right. Is the Eagles 3-0 right now?
No, it's the Vikings and Seahawks.
The Vikings. Hold on. The only 2 teams in the NFC right now that are 3-0. Are the two starting quarterbacks for each respectable teams were both drafted by the New York Jets. Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. Okay? Just think about that. Just think about that.
That's right. You poor bastard.
Just think about that. Geno Smith right now is 3-0, and Sam Darnold two quarterbacks.
Oh my God.
That one was drafted in the first round, the other one was drafted in the second round, and they're the only two teams right now that are undefeated in the NFC.
You're right.
How messed up is that? How messed up is that as a Jet fan? Are you serious?
Any 0-3 team that needs
you
to
think the Jets going to bomb this year?
Any 0-3 team that needs to save their season, go trade for Mike White. Not your chance.
I just can't wait for Wilson to do it.
No. Keith, I love you. We're going out tomorrow, my friend.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to it. Where do you want to go, man?
I don't know.
Tomorrow's
We'll
door.
talk.
All right, yeah. Give me a call tomorrow. Speedy,
Yes.
coming?
Maybe. Yes. Yeah,
Come
I
on,
think
Speedy,
he
come,
will.
man.
He will. All right.
All right, cool. I'll see you
Listen
guys
to the
tomorrow.
show.
I
Keep
will.
listening to the show. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer reports that there is a good possibility that the Jaguars could pursue Bill Belichick in the offseason. Breer mentioned on the Dan Patrick Show that there is a strong relationship between Bill Belichick and Tony Khan, the son of the Jaguars owner, Shed Khan. Bill Simmons also mentioned on his show that Belichick would be the perfect fit to change the team's culture with the Jaguars. The Jaguars in 2016 hired Doug Marrone as their head coach and Tom Coughlin as the president of football operations, who both have ties with Bill Belichick. Peterson is 18-19 in just over 2 seasons with the Jaguars as the head coach and 1-1 in the playoffs. The Jaguars are one of just 3 teams that are 0-3 this season, along with the Titans and the Bengals. And by the way, the Bengals is just unbelievable. I cannot believe the Bengals are 0-3. Jaden Daniels is special. I mean, I think we all do believe now that Jaden Daniels, and when you look at Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels, 2 guys that are going to be up for Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, they've been both very impressive. Who I'm going to give you guys some looks over here. Malik Neighbors is a top 5 wide receiver right now in the NFL, and Jaden Daniels in the first 3 weeks of his career is 2-1 and has thrown almost 600 yards. I mean, that's impressive for a guy that was really expected to be a dual threat and beat a Bengals team that everybody thought was going to run away, especially they needed a win on Monday Night Football. So it was and he beat Joe Burrow, and everybody thinks that, and including yours truly, thinks he's the second best quarterback right now in the NFL. And he's going into his first season as 0-3. And how many 0-3 teams have made the playoffs? Very few. So the chances of the Bengals squeaking into the playoffs with Baltimore now 1-2 and a 3-0 Justin Fields Pittsburgh Steelers defense. It's going to be very, very hard this year with the AFC as strong as it is. So I do believe there's some truth to the story. Tom Coughlin is still involved with football operations right now with the Jaguars. Tom Coughlin also is part of the Bill Parcells tree. And there's a lot of questions to why Bill Belichick doesn't have a job going into this season, because I did believe that he was the best fit for the Atlanta Falcons. Everybody did. And then we heard stories that Robert Kraft reached out to Arthur Blank, and told Arthur Blank that do not hire him. He's not a good fit over there, and saying whatever he said behind closed doors. I do believe that Bill Belichick is going to have options this offseason. It could be with the Giants. If the Giants don't continue playing better, I do believe the Cowboys are going to be a team up for grabs at the end of the season, no matter what, because I don't know if Mike McCarthy can win the Big Gabe and get this team to an NFC title game. If the Cowboys don't go to an NFC title game this year, and right now they don't look like they're making the playoffs, if the Cowboys don't go to an NFC title game, McCarthy is gone. So you all know what Jerry likes to do. He likes to bring in big-name players and big-name coaches. So it would just be fitting for Bill Belichick to go over there. But I don't know if he would like to coach for Jerry, because Jerry runs the team and he picks the players, and Bill doesn't like that. So I don't know if that's a good fit. The Jaguars are a great fit. And the reason why they're a great fit is they would give him the reign. He would be the GM and he would be the coach. He would absolutely, the ownership over there would absolutely let Bill Belichick take over for that organization. He has his starting quarterback in Trevor Lawrence that he can rebuild and get him to believe in himself again. And then he has a defense that's actually pretty good. I mean, they haven't played well this year, but they have some pretty good players on the defensive side of the ball. They just haven't been playing for Doug Peterson. And they have good offensive options. They do. They drafted a good wide receiver that looks like he's going to be a player. They have Christian Kirk, who's absolutely disappeared. Evan Ingram hasn't had a season yet. He hasn't played at all this year. So we haven't seen much of him, Mr. Pot Hands, but last year he was fantastic. I mean, he's got enough to take a team to the playoffs in his first year. It makes a lot of sense. The Jaguars would give Bill Belichick all the reins to coach that team and run that organization. The GM will be fired. That whole the ownership will let him take the reins. The executives will be gone. He'll be able to bring in his coaches. He'll be able to bring in scouting. He'll be able to bring in, I bet you Josh McDaniels will be the offensive coordinator over there. It'll probably happen. So it makes a lot of sense. The connections with Tom Coughlin, the organization with the ownership over there, as Bill Belichick has a good relationship with the son of the owner, Tony Khan, who owns also AEW. He's gone. I've heard Bill Belichick loves wrestling. He's been to a couple of AEW events. So I think there's some kind of connection with that. So Albert Breer isn't wrong. And Albert Breer, usually when he comes out with something and he's bringing up something, there's some kind of truth to it. I met Albert Breer recently at a summit. I do believe that when he says certain things and he's writing certain stories, he has an inside source that's telling him that. I just think that with Bill Belichick, it's not going to just be the Jaguars. And everybody that thought, and who did we have on the show recently that said that who's to say that Bill Belichick is even going to get a job now? He could be done. He's lost his way. Bill Belichick will have a job next year. There's no question he'll have a job next year. And there's a guy right now that's not coaching who won Coach of the Year, who used to coach the Titans, another Bill Belichick disciple that is not hired right now and is looking for a job.
Yep. It is with the Browns, like a defensive consultant right now. So
he's going to have a job too. Yeah. So, I mean, to me right now, he's going to have his pick of the litter. He's going to have his pick where he wants to be. Bill Belichick is going to have to make the right decision. He's going to have to spin the dreidel, and hopefully it lands on Gimel, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Fish. But yeah, there you go. But I just think right now, if you're the Jaguars, this is a team that was a borderline playoff team last year. They choked at the end of the season. They lost 3 games in a row. They lost the division from the Texans. And honestly, going into this season, I thought that this was going to be an open division. I thought this division could have gone either way. Indianapolis hasn't looked good. They haven't looked good. I mean, 2 out of the 3 teams have looked horrible. And the other 2 teams, even though the Texans right now are what, 3-0?
2-1.
2-1, I'm sorry.
They got smoked by the Vikings.
They're 2-1. They're 2-1, but even them, in certain aspects of their game, they have not looked at as the top echelon, team in the AFC. So they're the 2 teams that have looked sensational this year out of the AFC, the Buffalo Bills and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are the 2 teams in the AFC that have looked really unbeatable. And everybody says, well, Justin Fields hasn't looked unbeatable. You don't need a spectacular Justin Fields to win. And we have a defense that good. So, and as far as Buffalo, I didn't expect this defense to be as good as it is. They're unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, they're even better than they were last year. And they lost their whole secondary. And they lost Milano for the whole season practically. Milano's not going to be back until the end of December.
They lost another linebacker too. Terrell Bernard's hurt as well.
So it's amazing how they're playing. And right now, somebody's going to win Coach of the Year as well from Buffalo. So this is a guy that was on the hot seat going into the season.
Right.
So I just think that you're looking at this whole Bill Belichick thing wrong, because there could be multiple teams. And by the way, congratulations to Jim Harbaugh. I know everybody can't stand the guy and all that other stuff. Jim Harbaugh taking over a team that had nothing. Their wide receiving core, crap. I mean, who's their number 1 wide receiver? Quinn Johnston?
McConkey, a rookie, probably.
But Quinston Johnson has been he's
played well. Yeah.
Quinn Johnston's probably the number 1 guy. Okay. Their team, they have a running back, DK Dobbins, who a lot of people were unsure about this year. He's been one of the best running backs in the league. I mean, the offensive line has to be a top 5 offensive line. I mean, Slater and Alter are beastly. That offensive line has been awesome. I mean, this could be a playoff team this year. They have looked, it's crazy to say, they've looked better than the Chiefs. They have looked better than Chiefs. So I'm not saying they're going to beat the Chiefs. I said
they play this week.
They look better than I wouldn't be surprised if they beat the Chiefs. I wouldn't be surprised if they beat the Chiefs.
Quickly before we get our guest on, it makes a lot of sense for the Jaguars too, because Trent Baalke is not a good GM either, and he's been overdue to be fired after the Urban Meyer debacle as well. Like they should have fired him on the spot. Like a fresh new coaching staff. So Bill Belichick getting those GM reins is perfect for that kind of team.
Fish, what were you going to say?
Let me give you the Haason Reddick celebration. The thumbs up to a thumbs down. Take a look at Doug Peterson's career record. I just went through it. One season with 10 wins, and it was the year they won the Super Bowl. Never over 10 wins ever besides that in his career. Been over 500 a lot, but he's never been an elite coach outside that 1 year when he had Frank Reich and all the things fell into place. Nick Foles, all the gutsy call against Belichick with the Philly special. That was the only year that he had all the mojo going. He flamed out his last year in Philly, 4-11-1, and it is an 0-3 start right now. He's done this before. We see this track record where it's going. It's not going well for these guys. There's no way that Trevor Lawrence, who's got worse stats somehow than Daniel Jones in the first handful, like about equal, but now below it in his first few years in the league, he's missing wide open guys with clean pockets, guys. He threw a pick to DeMar Hamlin in that game that he had no pressure in his face, a perfect pocket, and just airmailed a wide open receiver. That can't be happening if you're going to be an elite quarterback. And that tells you that they're not practicing right.
You're paying him
$55 million. What's going on? I mean, it has to come with the coach's training. There's something going on that's really just not working for the Jags right now. They are one of the worst teams in the league. It doesn't matter the talent they have on defense. If they're going to run offense like this, they got no chance.
They're not drafting a quarterback in next year's draft class. So Shedeur Sanders or any of these guys that you're hearing. So even if they are the worst team in the NFL by the end of the season, what are they drafting? A defensive player? I mean, where do you go in the offseason? This is not a draft where you're getting an all-out play. Now you can bring in Hunter. Hunter is a special player. He can play wide receiver and corner. Maybe that's where they look. But they just drafted a good wide receiver. So why would they go there unless they want to use Hunter as a corner? And I don't think that's been their weakness all season long, was the corner play either. I don't think that's the problem either. I think the problem right now is the offensive side of the ball. And this year, this class of offensive linemen, there might not be a top 5 offensive lineman in this class. So last year would have been the year to draft the offensive line help. So there's a lot of questions to the Jaguars, and if Bill Belichick does take over for this organization and this team, could he fix it? This is a team that might be untouchable as far as Bill Belichick is concerned. So there's a lot of questions, and I'm interested to see how this is going to play out at the end of the season. I believe Doug Peterson will be fired before the season's end. He will be fired before the season is over. If they go out this coming week and they lose again and they go 0-4 and Trevor Lawrence looks as bad as he has, you have to fire Doug Peterson. I don't want to hear what Doug Peterson say on all these podcasts saying that he believes that we have a good understanding, ownership has a good understanding, and they still believe in me. How do they believe in you when they just paid your franchise quarterback $55.5 million and he is throwing 69 yards in a half? I mean, come on. You can't tell me, you can't sell that to me and say, hey, you know what? He's worth every penny. I mean, I know the Khan family have a load of money. He's a multi-billionaire because of the oil and all the different things he owns. To me, if I'm an owner of an organization right now that has a quarterback making that much and I have players bringing in a significant amount of money and this team can't even buy a win, even try to win, they can't even buy one. So it is a big problem moving forward. And as an organization, it's all about winning. So if you're not bringing in wins, what are they going to do? They're going to blame somebody. They're going to blame the coach, not the players. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to former Yankees, Guardians, and Rangers pitcher Nick Goody. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the first commercial of the break.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Wednesdays. Well, Mondays and Wednesdays now at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out a local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And ladies and gentlemen, before we get our guest, this segment is brought to you by StubHub. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, StubHub is a ticket exchange resale company. It provides services of buyers and sellers, tickets, sports, concerts, theaters all over the country, live entertainment from 2015 on. World's largest ticket marketplace. All you have to do to order your tickets and buy your tickets is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the link that says StubHub. It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. And you can get tickets right now to the Guardians and Yankees game. Yes, the Guardians and Yankees game right now is worth, right now at Yankee Stadium, I think $7. So you can get tickets right now for $7 to $15 right now if you go to our ticket StubHub link. All you got to do is hit our link by going to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the link that says StubHub and buy your tickets. StubHub, one of the best ticket exchange companies in the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting, and he's always, everybody, all our guests are very nice, waiting, drinking. I don't know what he's drinking over there. Hopefully something good. We're now talking to former Yankees, Guardians, and Rangers pitcher Nick Goody. Nick, what's up, bud?
What's up, dude? Hey, man, I have a ton of fantasy football questions. I kind of caught you at the end there,
awesome. But well, we can answer them. Don't worry.
Good. I feel like you guys are the right ones to talk to. So
I'm going to help you out, man. We will help you out. Even though my fantasy team, with all the injuries that I've had over the last couple of weeks, I drafted a sensational team on 3 different levels in 3 different fantasy leagues. I've been marked A+. I've lost Cooper Kupp. I've lost my running backs. I've lost everybody.
I lost Kupp. I've lost. I don't know if Trey McBride's going to play. That's something
that's another
concussion protocol. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I don't know who to drop. On my bench, I have Jordan Love, Ramondre Stevenson. I just picked up DeAndre Hopkins. Cooper Kupp's out. Deontay Johnson, and then I got McCaffrey in my IR.
I have him 2 leagues, so
Christian McCaffrey is a big loss for all the fantasy people because he was the number 1 pick in every single fantasy. Yeah, were you the number 1 pick?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it's horrible drafting at number 1, and everybody says
I got told not to take a running back, but how do you not take it?
You have to. Here's the secret when it comes to fantasy. This is the secret. And I tell this to everybody. Finally, people are starting to listen to me. You always draft a running back in the 1st and 2nd round. It doesn't matter who's available. You draft the 2 best running backs available in the 1st and 2nd round.
I got McCaffrey and A-Chain.
There you go. Are you talking to ETN? Travis Etienne?
Devon Etienne.
Oh, Etienne. Oh, I didn't hear what he said. So
yeah,
I drafted My first 2 picks was in one of the leagues, Taylor and ETN. And in another draft, I think I drafted
Bijan and ETN.
Bijan Robinson and ETN. You always draft a running back because there are not many great number one running backs in the league. So I know everybody says, well, in a PPR league, you draft the wide receiver. You could find wide receivers in the 7th, 8th round, and they can.
I got Cup in the 5th.
There you go. I got Cup I think I got Cup in the 5th. And one of my the 4th.
Crazy.
Big 4th for you.
But I did get Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason's been holding it down, so I can't really complain too much. So
before we get off with you, I will help you out. You give us your list, and we'll give you the best information we possibly can.
Perfect.
All right, man. The playoffs are around the corner. I know you played for the Yankees. I remember you on the Yankees.
Nice.
I remember you on in the bullpen, and it's so funny. The Yankees over the last 2 seasons, they had the number 1 bullpen going into the All-Star break, and then in the second half, they've fallen apart. They look like they're just completely tired. Everybody wants to blame Aaron Boone. I don't think it's all Aaron Boone. I just think the pitchers aren't, delivering, and that's been a big problem for the New York Yankees. What do you think has been the problem for the Yankees in going in from the first half of the season to go into the second half?
I mean, it's just hard to say, right? I mean, there's a multitude. Injuries, obviously, is one thing, but when you tax your bullpen early on in the season, getting through, look how Cleveland's doing it, right? Tail 2 stars, right? Like Cleveland, aside from Class A, they have the number 1 bullpen in the big league.
No question.
Right? So, top to bottom, they're number 1. But the way that bullpen's ran, obviously, with Stephen Vogt killing it, it's a well-oiled machine. And one thing, going back when I played is they in Cleveland, they put their pitchers in the best positions to succeed, right? So, everybody knows their role. They have an idea of when they're going to pitch. And I think New York is doing that now a little bit better than they did back when I played, because it was you knew 7th, 8th, and 9th, it was Miller, Betances, Chapman, right? But then you had this, 1 through basically 6 where it was a coin flip. And that can kind of mess with the guys down in the bullpen, because you're just kind of on edge the whole time. All right, am I going in? Am I going in? But the other thing is that they worked them. Miller got worked, Betances got worked. So then when you saw in the second half of the season, the guys were tired. It's just, you can only take so much Anderson and Voltaire until you're just, that's it. And bullpens are what win championships. I've said it before. The game is getting crazier now. It's getting shorter. Exactly. Look at Mo. That guy was unbelievable.
He was a one-man wrecking machine.
I got his jersey up there.
You didn't need a good bullpen. You just needed him. As long as he was unbelievable. In the 8th and 9th inning, I seen Joe Torre do it plenty of times in the playoffs, where he said, you know what? I'm just going to put Mo in. I'm not putting anything at risk. I'm going to put him in. And he's only, if you remember Mariano Rivera, he's the greatest playoff pitcher we've ever seen. I'm talking about even starters. He's the greatest.
More people apparently have walked on the moon. That's another rabbit hole if you want to go down. But more people have walked on the moon than scored on Mariano Rivera. So in the postseason. So he's the GOAT. He's I don't know if you ever had an opportunity to meet him, but he is
twice.
He's an unbelievable person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I wanted to mention Class A because a lot of people are debating, is he really the Cy Young of the American League this year? And I saw something from our friend Ryan Spader, who's been on our show a few times. His stats the last 3 years are actually very similar to Mariano Rivera's, I think for beginning of his career or something like that. So do you think Class A actually has a legitimate shot to win a Cy Young?
I don't see how he doesn't. He's definitely got to be in the conversation. Obviously, Scooball's been pitching really good, but the guy's pitching out of his mind right now. So it's just hard to give a Cy Young to somebody in the bullpen, right? For whatever reason, we get the guys in the pen just get shunned. For these awards, it's but it's not to say that hasn't been done before. I
think Dennis Eckler.
He has my vote. I'll say that. If I were to vote, he has my vote, because I know what it takes to pitch every day. Obviously not in that role consistently, but the amount of pressure that's on you, and be able to go out and do it every single day versus, once every 5 days. Not taking anything away from starters, but I'm a bullpen guy, man. It's just I'm going to pull for my dogs.
Class A actually got traded. I don't know if you know this, for your former teammate, Corey Kluber, to Texas. 1 for 1. Yep.
Did he? I can't remember what it was.
as a prospect.
Yeah, I remember they got him because I called I called, and because I ended up going to Texas too, and I ended up calling our traveling secretary in Cleveland and got the whole spiel on Clase. But I knew he was good when we played him in Cleveland, and he was with Texas, and like the guys were coming back to the dugout like, good luck, like 98-mile-an-hour cutter. They were just like, like, and then I got a chance to meet him in person in June, and he's huge, man. He's a lot bigger than I thought he was. Like, stout, dude.
Yeah, that's what I heard. He's like 6'2", but they said his size, he's very big. He's brolic. You know, he's a big man, and that's why he throws a 98-mile-per-hour cut ball.
Big lower half, and moves really well, and his cutter's legit. I mean, obviously eerily similar to Mariano. I don't want to go that far, but like his numbers are there. Like his numbers are there. So it's like Cleveland, their front office, Antonetti and Chernoff, they know what they're doing, man. Like they're legit. They get the most out of their guys.
Yeah, I want to ask about Jose Ramirez now too. You played with him. He's when you had him there, he was elevating into a good player, and then he's really emerged into one of the best players, top 10 player in the league. What was he like as a teammate on and off the field, and the rise of Jose Ramirez that year when you played in 2017 with him?
He's funny, man. He's got a bunch of weird quirks. Obviously, he's one hell of a Mario Kart player, that's for sure. He hogs the Mario Kart machine. I mean, he gets after it. But no, I mean, you could tell it was there. I mean, the guy's bat the ball ability was incredible. And then he's just one guy that just like continues to get better and better and better and better, and his IQ goes up, and the more he gets comfortable playing, like the better he is. You can see that. It's clearly been there. He's obviously a Cleveland legend, but as a teammate, I mean, he was awesome to me. Always good. Anything I ever needed. I mean, I got along with everybody. So even the guys who are Latin, like he said, you don't speak too much English. And he's actually one of the Latin guys that probably doesn't really speak too much English. A lot of them say they don't, but then, on camera, but then off camera, they're pretty decent. But no, I mean, he deserves everything, man. I mean, he's freaking killing it. I mean, he's a stud. I mean, what more can you want?
We are talking to former Yankees, Guardians, and Rangers pitcher Nick Goody. If you don't remember him with the Yankees, he was in the bullpen, and I remember him very, very well. And by the way, to me, I believe the Cy Young is going to go to Chris Sale. I think it's very impressive what he has done this year. Coming back the way he has, he's 18-3 with a 2.38 ERA, 225 strikeouts. He's been base on balls only 39, which is even more impressive on how dominant he has been as a pitcher. But it is incredible what some of these relief pitchers have done right now in Major League Baseball. But, Nick, you're looking at this race, and Baltimore obviously clinched yesterday, beating the Yankees. They're kicking the out of the Yankees right now, 8-3. What has been impressive about this young team that, they've been up and down all season long. They haven't been getting the pitching like they thought they were going to get this year with some of the acquisitions that they made, but they've stayed afloat, and they're as dangerous as any team making it into the playoffs because of this lineup, even though the lineup hasn't really been hitting up to par like everybody thought they were going to be this year. So what has been impressive about this team and really the chemistry this team has had all season long?
Speaking about the Orioles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they're a young team, so like a lot of guys want to make a good impression as they break into the league, and it can be challenging. But when you have a group of young guys versus like a group of older veterans, and then you're the young guy coming in, it makes it a lot easier to transition from AAA or the minor leagues to the big leagues. And plus, they're hungry. Like, I mean, they're trying to make a name for themselves. I mean, and they're doing a hell of a job. I mean, we saw, was it Holiday come up and struggled a little bit, get sent down, and then he's come up, and I think I bought his Topps Now rookie, like one of his rookie cards or one of his cards or something.
Nick is a collector, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah,
I was going through some of these old cards over here, man. I got a whole bunch. I'm trying to get my kid into it, and I think he likes it, but I got cards from like the 80s. I'm like, this is good. Like, this guy's good. Like, look at this Kirk Gibson, like old school throwback. But no, I mean, the Orioles are good, and they, they're veterans. I guess Ryan Mountcastle, he's a local guy here. I know him pretty good. They're going to steer the ship the right way. And if you, I believe if you have a good blend of veterans mixed with young guys, like you're, as long as the veterans are, I don't know if cool is the right word, but like not hard asses on you all the time, like then it makes transitioning from the minor leagues to the big leagues a lot easier, and guys will become more comfortable a lot faster, and then they can be themselves. Like otherwise you're walking around with a tight bungie all the time, like I don't want to, do I got to get the beer on the plane, do I got to do this, you know what I'm saying? You can breathe a little bit.
You know, it's so interesting because there's a lot of arguments on what Shohei Ohtani is doing right now in the National League and what Aaron Judge is doing in the American League. And there's some arguments going back and forth. Everybody knows I'm a Yankee fan, but I'm not going to be biased. But and I like what Ohtani is doing, but he is a DH. I want to know from your perspective, thought on where the Yankees are and really where the Dodgers are in the National League. Who has been more impressive? Obviously, Ohtani with a 50-50 season, or a guy like Aaron Judge who's batting .323. He's an everyday outfield. He's center field. He has the best WAR in baseball right now. People forget that. This guy is batting over 1,000. His OPS is ridiculous. I mean, 200 points over. It's incredible what he's doing right now. His RBIs are, I think it's close to 140. He might have 150 RBIs before the season's end. I mean, it's very impressive. Who's had the more impressive season, Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani?
Damn, dude. Should have had a few drinks before this conversation. I mean, obviously what Ohtani's doing is incredible right now. If he adds a pitching aspect into that, I mean, it's off the charts. Judge playing every day is a game changer, I think. It takes a lot to go out, play defense, you boot the ball or whatever, and then be able to flip it, make your, get your mind in the right, get in the right frame of mind to hit. I'm gonna go. I mean, Judge is one of my boys, right? So like, I'm pulling for. I would think he would have the better of the two, but like Ohtani, then again, you bring the argument of Ohtani stealing bags. He's hitting homers. He's got his 53 season or whatever he's at right now. Like right he's doing things that have never been done.
You can steal the bags now. I mean, the bags are the size of pizza boxes. Come on. Seriously.
I don't know if I can steal bags, but
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not saying Ohtani hasn't been incredible, but Aaron Judge has the best WAR in baseball. He's playing center field.
And that's I mean, and also he's the captain of the team. Like,
yes, and he
there's a lot that rides on with what Judge is doing, and I agree with that. But then again, like, you go across the country and you got Ohtani lighting it up in the NL, like. And he's, I mean, they're both, I think.
They're impressive. Both of them are impressive.
Oh, I mean, it's incredible. You would want both on your team, right? Like, obviously. But like,
we almost had it. The Yankees could have had Shohei Ohtani on that team too.
Think about how many more home runs he would have hit that were flyouts anywhere else.
It doesn't hurt to have Juan Soto and Aaron Judge on the same roster.
Yeah, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, and Ohtani.
That's not fair.
That's murder's row, dude.
Yeah, well, that's the way the Dodgers would have let that happen.
But I think there's a lot of intangibles. I didn't get to play with Ohtani personally. I mean, I got to play against him, but like, I know Judge. He was at my wedding. Like, he obviously, you saw what he did with Stroman in Toronto, right? Like, I mean, he's that veteran that I was talking about. That's cool. That's going to pull you aside, not just air you out in front of everybody, but like, he builds everybody up, right? So it's from the down, he builds it from the ground up. Where I'm sure, like Ohtani, I can't speak on because I didn't play with him, but he looks like he's a pretty cool guy. And from the guys that I talked to that have played with him, they really like him too. I mean, he seems to be pretty quiet and stays in his lane, I guess.
Oh, he likes to bet too. We can ask him.
Yeah.
We can ask him. What's he betting on this coming weekend?
I don't know. Man, that's what, I don't. That's a whole.
I'm tongue twisting you over there.
Yeah, it's a whole spiel, man. I don't know if what I'm allowed to say, but he's got a good interpreter.
No doubt about it. So
nice. Yeah, look at that.
That is not the graphic I asked for, but okay.
What was it, like something 40 million or something? I don't know. I've loosely followed it. One of my best friends was sending me stuff on it. I'm like, how do you wake up and just be like, was it 4 million or 40 million? I don't know what it was.
It was 17 that we know of, but there's
17 million. And by the way, how does your accountants not know that it was missing? Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Like you wake up and you have a 17 million just gone. Like you had to be. I mean, unless he's a billionaire and it's like ashtray money. I mean, that's quite a grip. That's a grip, dude.
It's not I think it's part of a larger plot too. I don't even think that's the only thing that's being involved. Souvenirs and like merchandise, ticket sales are involved in it too. So I think there's something larger going on. So
yeah, but nobody's going to know the truth because Rob Manfred just brushed it under the rug like he does everything else. So we'll never know.
Except for Trevor Bauer. You don't sweep that one under the rug.
Oh, you know why they did that to Trevor Bauer? Because Trevor Bauer was just not a likable person, and baseball didn't like him. But Trevor Bauer is not ever going to play in the major leagues again. He's pitching lights out for the last 2 years in Japan and in the Mexican League. But this guy's never going to step on a baseball field.
Sad. It's really sad.
Yeah,
it's
but
very sad.
Ohtani, who is did what he did because he's one of the faces of baseball right now. It just gets brushed under the rug because he doesn't speak English or he's a likable person. I get out of here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it is, and I thought TB should have been picked up on the trade deadline to a contending team. I mean, he's incredible, and he's a great teammate. You ask anybody, well, probably 95% of the play. I mean, dude wrote me a whole throwing program one offseason, color coded it, specified just for me. Didn't have to do that. Probably spend an hour or two of his time on it. I mean, we're boys, but I'm like, damn, dude, like this is, and yeah, I mean, I talked to him throughout it, and it sucks, but I mean, the guy's incredible pitcher, and he's doing a lot of good for the game. Like, I mean, he's, whether you like it or not, like talking through his mental deal as he's pitching, like that helps out a lot of younger players. Like, I mean, he brings a lot of good stuff to the game. I give lessons, and like I use a lot of the stuff that he's teaching into my lessons. I incorporate it into my lessons. Yeah. I mean, he's very, look at him. Like, he's very animated. I mean, he brings fun to the game. Like, some people don't like that. Traditionalists don't like that. They don't like the sorting or the Conor McGregor like swaggy walk off. But I mean, at the end of the day,
like that either.
No. Let me explain something here. It's not that I don't like what Conor McGregor does. When he steps in the octagon doing his stupid walk. It's what he does outside of the octagon.
I could agree.
And saying the things that he says outside of the octagon.
But here's the other thing: he's building a brand.
No, I understand.
He's building his brand. He's running for president for Ireland or something, whatever he's running. Yeah. But like that's the thing. Like, people, a lot of guys will come and go, but the guys who, maybe do something controversial, people remember that. Like John Rocker, I mean, he's a good pitcher, but like, like we remember John Rocker for what he said. Like, I mean, it's like they build a brand and then they can ride off that. But what TV's doing is like, I mean, he built a brand. Like, some people hate it, some people like it, but people know who he is. You know what I'm saying? And regardless of what he did or didn't do, I mean, it got dropped. It was all, whatever dropped in court. But like, Manfred still has a vendetta against him because, I mean, TB was the one who called out the Astros for the sticky stuff. TB was the one who called him out about, whatever, banging the trash cans or, whatever they were doing. I can't remember everything, but like, it's like, he comes with some baggage, but I mean, who cares? At the end of the day, if he goes out every 5 days, or
was he lying? Was he lying?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's what I'm saying. And here's another thing.
It looks bad on baseball.
Yeah, and I'm good. Here's another thing that really bothers me about the way the league treats Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer is a guy that obviously has a lot of baggage, but look at Greg Hardy. Greg Hardy, who, and I don't know if anybody remember, this has something to do with football. This guy beat the you-know-what out of his girlfriend, beat the hell out of her, okay? Almost killed her and drowned her in her own toilet bowl, okay? And then he gets off, pays her off. She doesn't do anything to him in court, and he gets a new contract by the Dallas Cowboys and comes back and plays in the NFL for 3 or 4 more years. Trevor Bauer didn't do anything wrong. It was proven in court that he did nothing wrong, and he can't get another job because nobody likes him? Come on, man. And I've heard from so many different players that we've had on the show that knows Trevor that said that Trevor Bauer is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. So
dude, he'll do it. I mean, he gives the shirt off your back, like off of his back. Like, I mean, it's just baffling to me. I mean, I was texting him in the offseason, like when this stuff was going on, and I was just like, damn, dude. Like, and then it's a sad story. I mean, the guy is one of the best pitchers on the planet in my eyes, and I mean, he was a Cy Young in 2020. Like, I mean, it's got to give him another chance. I think the thing is if he does sign, like if he would have signed with New York, I mean, the media would have erupted. So it's like, how do you tamper that?
It probably would have had to be like a smaller market.
Go out to go if you get brought in by the Yankees or the Mets, you go out there and pitch. If you pitch well, nobody's going to speak about you. If you go out and play your game and you dominate and you're energetic and the fans love you for that, everybody will forget what you did, okay? Or what you didn't do, what you were accused of doing, okay?
100%.
Well, he didn't do anything wrong as far as I'm concerned, and I've stuck up for him many, many times on this show. I just feel like people just threw him out to the wolves because they don't like him.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. You're not saying anything that I don't agree with. I think he should get another chance, and I hope at some point he does. And that's a pretty awesome freaking picture you got there.
Mario Kart.
We've had some intense battles. He's got me a few times. I think I might have got him a few times, but he is, aside from being, he might be a better Mario Kart player than he is a baseball player.
Really?
Yeah, dude. He's pretty. Like, I pride myself on my kart game, but homie's got some freaking drifting skills. He knows how to use those shells, man.
Yeah. Pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't play Mario Kart. I never did. I wasn't really into it. I loved Sega Genesis when I was growing up.
My son's into Sonic, but look, on the team planes, we would link up on our Nintendo Switches and get after it. There's a college game that you can play involving Mario Kart, and we'd get after it. It was tight. It was fun. It was good. It was a good time.
My brothers do that with beer, and then that you have to like stop driving while you drink a chug of beer, and then you go back.
Yeah, Beerio Kart. That's what it's called. Yeah, you can't drink and drive. You got to finish your beer before you go. Not saying that I don't drink forever, but like this is the first glass of bourbon I've had in probably 6 months. I was like, I'm doing a show. I might as well have one. I'm freezing in my room right now, so I'm like shivering, trying to get warm. We got a hurricane coming tomorrow. I'm like, dude, like.
Where are you living right now? Where are you at?
I live in Florida.
Where part of Florida?
Orlando. So we're more east. We're more east. Like the West Coast is about to get pummeled, and it's gonna be pretty bad. But we should be all right. I mean, we're probably gonna get the outer bands, but I moved the trampoline and secured that down and got our chairs in. So I think we should be all right. Hopefully my screen stays intact.
You'll be fine, man. And by the way, my favorite Sega Genesis game growing up was Contra. Remember Contra?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was my favorite game, man.
I played Contra.
Used to go over to my friend's house for Christmas, and we'd play Contra all night, Christmas Eve, all the way to 4 o'clock in the morning, waiting for Santa Claus to come.
Yeah. I'm sure your parents love that. My son on Christmas is like, I want to stay up for Santa. I'm like, all right, dog. Here's a little melatonin.
I could use some of that right now, man.
I just bought a gun. I'll tell you what. There's like, I think it's called like Nature's Bounty or something.
Nature's Bounty, yes.
Dude, they sell like 10 milligram melatonin, and like it works.
Put you out like a light.
I don't like have any endorsements with that, but it works.
Sure.
If they're watching, hook it up.
Nick Goody, baby. Yeah. Nick Goody is inspecting your melatonin, and by the way, he inspects it and he is selling it, baby.
I approve.
He approves it, and he's ready to take it. Send him send him a whole 3 years worth of it.
All right, Nick. By the way, while this graphic is up, we were wondering what type of fish that was that you caught in that photo.
Yeah,
there's a shark, and one of my buddies over here. We live over here, and they like pick it up, and they're like, oh, they don't, they're like. One of them's in the Navy. One of them's a captain and a firefighter. They just grab the thing and they're like whipping it around. And one of my other buddies that was there that day, he's actually in the Army now, National Guard, but he was a catcher for the Phillies. And I'm like, bro, I can't lose my fingers, man. Like, how do I grab this thing? Like, what? They're like, wearing me out about it. I'm like, all right, I have to pick it up, otherwise I'll never hear the end of it. I can't remember what that was. Dude, that was like, I can't believe you found that. I've actually been trying to find that photo on my
There you
phone.
go. Official send it to you. Official send it to you. He'll give you
Yeah. Well, I have another one with a bull shark, and I didn't mess with that. He was like, "You want to bring it on the boat?" And our boat was, 20 foot, I don't know, small. Like we shouldn't have been that far offshore. And I was like, "Hell no, I don't want to bring this on the boat, dog. Like if this thing decides to lash out, like my career's done."
Yeah. It's funny. I was telling Speedy that every guy has a hammerhead in his pants, and Speedy says, "What did you say, Speedy?" I told you.
Okay, all right. Look at that photo. Look at the photo and say that's a hammerhead shark, and he's like, "Oh, Fish was saying that."
No, definitely not a hammerhead.
No. But that's what I was telling him. Like Errol's fifth grade education that he is claiming thought that that's a hammerhead shark, and then he's like, "Oh, you have a hammerhead shark in your pants," which doesn't make any sense because it won't fit.
Got a hammerhead shark in my pants. I don't know. I can't really see. I mean, you're gonna have to zoom in on that thing, man. I don't know if I got a moldy on there. Oh, it's probably cold that day.
Even the fish that's in that photo is not going to fit in your pants.
So every guy has a
I wouldn't want to test it either.
Gross,
I wasn't encouraging you to test it, Nick. Don't worry. He might, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm out on that.
Me too.
Yeah. Speedy after dark. Yes. Yeah. All right. I feel you.
Well, if you listen to the end of the show, we always have Speedy after dark, and we have a little bit of fun with Speedy. It's actually funny.
I got to hear that.
You got to listen to the end of the show. It's pretty funny. So,
hey, so y'all are on a Long Island, right?
Yes. Long Island, yes.
My last stint was with the Ducks.
Well, that would have probably been fun. I mean, CI's an interesting place to go. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Look at his face.
Yeah. I mean, it was we had Wally Backman as my manager.
Yes. We love Wally.
He was awesome, dude.
Wally is, exciting, has a personality that'll light up a room. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah.
There's no
100% in the locker room. Like, I mean, you guys, I didn't really have like too much knowledge of who he was. And then he's like, you know what? One of the guys on the team was like, you need to watch Playing for Peanuts. And I was like, okay. So I watched Playing for Peanuts. And I was like, damn, this guy is intense. Because what ended up happening was I started 22 in Mexico, and then I pitched really well, but nobody was getting signed out of there. And I'm like, well, if nobody's getting signed out of here, like I don't want to just sit here in Mexico. My family's not coming, and I kind of missed. I missed my kids, and so I pitched in Mexico City, and I got food poisoning a couple times. But that particular day, I had food poisoning before I went in. So I was like, they called down and they're like, hey, who are you going? So long story short, I'm in the bullpen. I'm throwing up. I'm pitching. I'm throwing up. I'm pitching. I'm going into the bathroom. Throwing up, pitching. I go into the game in Mexico City, where Trevor Bauer pitched, is at elevation. So it's, I don't know if you guys have been anywhere with elevation, but stuff doesn't move as it usually does, and you can get shortness of breath. So Mickey Callaway was actually my manager.
Oh God,
it was awesome.
Good old Mick. Good old Mick.
So so I'm out there pitching, and he comes out and he can see me, man. I'm like gasping. I got one out. I'm like holding in my throw up, and he's like, "Are you good?" I go, Mick, I'm gonna get these last outs, and I'm going home. And he walks back, and the pitching goes like, "What do you say?" He's gonna get the last outs and go home, and that's what I did. I got the last outs. I hopped on a bus. The team was flying out the next day. Took like a 12-hour bus ride back to Monclova. Hopped on a plane. Got stopped by the cops on the way to the airport. Took off. Signed with Long Island, and that was that.
Well, you got to play with the old back man. I call him the back man, but or the beer man or the drink man. I do like Wally. Wally is it should have a baseball job. He should manage. He should be managing in the major leagues. It's shameful. That's another guy that should have a job, and unfortunately, the MLB and the Mets just treated him like a piece of garbage. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, he's special.
No question.
He's special. He's unfiltered. Tells it how it is.
So am I. You want me to be honest?
I mean, as a player, that's what you want. Mm-hmm. I think people like that are outspoken and just saying what's on their mind. Like, I think that's way cooler than just sweeping stuff on the rug and being like, nah, man, give it to me. Like, I want to hear it. Like, tell it to the media. We suck tonight. Like, I love it. So.
Yeah, well, I speak how it is, and a lot of people hate it. But that's what makes me and makes this show so fun and so interesting, because you don't know what's going to come out of our mouths. But before we let you go, you had some fantasy questions, so give it to us, and we'll give you the answer.
Yeah, so I need to know, man. I need to know who to drop. I just dropped Cam Akers for DeAndre Hopkins. I have on my bench Jordan Love, Stevenson, Hopkins, Kupp, and Deontay Johnson. But if Trey McBride isn't playing, who am I supposed to drop? Am I supposed to drop Chuba Hubbard or George Pickens? Like I
would keep Pickens.
Keep Pickens for sure. He's just streaky, but he has his big games too.
Yes.
My lineup right now is Prescott, Jordan Mason, A-Chain, Garrett Wilson, Nico Collins, Trey McBride. Then my 2 flexes are George Pickens, Chuba Hubbard, kicker Harrison Butker, Jets D. And then on my bench, it's Love, Stevenson, Hopkins, Coop, and Deontay Johnson. Who do I drop to pick up a tight end? Also had a trade request, Tyreek Hill and Brock Bowers for A-Chain.
I would do that.
Huh.
I would do
Only
that.
problem with that is we don't know what the quarterback situation is in Miami, and A-Chain is going to get a boatload of work.
Mm-hmm. Who's the other guy? You have Brock Bowers and who?
Tyreek Hill is who I would get for A-Chain.
I would do that.
Yeah,
I'd still do that. I think that's a really good deal for
because
you.
Bowers could be just as easily a flex even when McBride's healthy. So.
Bowers putting up ridiculous numbers right now, and Tyreek Hill, even with the bad quarterback play, is still going to have over 1,000 yards. Even with the bad quarterback play, I would do that.
So then my top running backs would be basically Mason, either Chuba Hubbard. Is it Chuba or Chuba? Chuba or Stevenson.
What you do is you have Tyreek Hill and then you have Brock Bowers. You can use one of them and trade them for a running back, or a running back and a wide receiver. You can use those two because you're giving up a Chan, and you're going to get 2 players, 2 really good players, and then you can move one of them. You can keep Brock Bowers and then move Tyreek Hill. I'm sure somebody would trade you for Tyreek Hill. I absolutely believe it.
Right? That's what I was thinking. I was like, man,
I would do it. I would do it, but you should look on your scrap heap of what running backs are available and see what could be available to bring them in, obviously, and drop a player. Because honestly, Deontay Johnson, I don't like him. If you can find a way to move him and try to get something for him, maybe you can get a secondary running back for Deontay Johnson. So that's something I would look at.
Yeah,
too.
you have enough receivers. I think
yes.
try to make that work.
Yeah, my receiver core is usually I'm running back heavy, but this year I'm receiver heavy, and obviously the injury to McCaffrey really sucks. But
I would make that trade. I'm just telling you, I would make that trade, and I would use either Tyreek Hill or Deontay Johnson, or maybe 2 wide receivers to get a good running back. That's what I would do, because you have enough talent at the wide receiver position where you can move maybe 2 guys for a good run.
So we got number 1. So I'm going to go after Saquon or what? Kamara?
Yeah, why not? If you're going to trade 2 wide receivers, let's say you want to put Deontay Johnson and Tyreek Hill, you're going to get a good running back.
Yeah,
or you keep Tyreek Hill and trade George Pickens and Deontay Johnson and get yourself a good running back. Not a great running back, but a good running back.
Yeah, no, I don't play this to lay up. I go all out.
So do it.
I'll sell the team for a star.
That's a good trade for Chan, for Tyreek Hill and Brock Bowers. I think I would make that trade.
Bowers at the end of week 2, I think, was leading tight ends and receiving yards.
I would do that.
He's the number 2 tight end behind Dallas Goedert, but Dallas Goedert really just had he just had
1 week.
Yeah, he had a monster week where Brock Bowers has been pretty steady. 7, 11. Yeah, and his upcoming. I mean, he's playing the Browns and then Denver and Pittsburgh. It's like his hit. Like I'm looking at his schedule right now. It's pretty all green, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some swindling here. I'm gonna have to do some pep talking.
I got to do some swindling. I mean, there's a lot of swindling. Look, dude, and Trey McBride might play this week because it's questionable. He could actually play this week. He's got to pass concussion protocol on Thursday, I think it is. If he passes protocol, he'll be playing on Sunday. So Jerome Ford could be questionable, but I think he'll play. I have dude. My team is all questionable. Every single player on my roster is questionable. It really is bad, dude. Look, listen to this before we let you go. Dell, McBride, Ford. Listen to this. I got Cup on the thing. He's out. Warren's questionable. Eckler's questionable. Thielen's IR. Tagovailoa's IR. That's my team or one of my roster right now. I've got like 8 guys that could be out this week. Okay, so it's ridiculous. And somehow I still have a chance to win this week. It doesn't.
I mean, the NFL authors over there writing all these guys' scripts, just really dampening our fantasy football here, huh?
Oh man, I want to throw up. I want to throw up.
And you get Achilles in week 1, and you get this in week 2.
And then eventually you're gonna hear one of my players go out on the beach and get bitten by a shark. And it's out for the year. There you go.
You got hammerhead.
Well, if they know how to hold it, they should be all right. But yeah. Be careful.
By a shark.
The hammerhead's coming.
Yeah, you're all right with hammerheads. The bull sharks are the ones you got to worry about. They're.
Nick, we really appreciate you, man. You're awesome. And I want to get you on a lot sooner than later. But during the playoffs, Speedy, let's get him on the show. I think it'll be really, really fun. Not just baseball, just talking sports. You're fantastic.
Yeah, it'll still be fantasy football season.
100%.
Dude, man. And by that time, I might have the whole bottle here, or I might not. Just kidding.
Just make sure you don't drink Conor McGregor's whiskey, or Errol will let you back on.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't care what you do.
It's not terrible. I'll be honest. It's not terrible. Proper 12. It's not terrible. I've had it. It's all right. You can put it back, but
that's not going to happen with me. That's for damn sure. I don't drink anyway, so I'm not going to go put money in that guy's pocket.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first one I've had in probably 6 months. I'm finishing. I'm actually was writing a paper for college, so I'm like,
look at you. You're going to school. I mean, who's better than you? You're trying to get your college education after your baseball career.
I got it, bro. I got that. As soon as I was done, I got all my pilot's licenses, and then I was thinking about getting into. I thought about getting into coaching collegiately, but I couldn't because I needed to get my degree. So I was like, all right, I'll go back, and then I have some prospects for professional coaching, and then got a cool opportunity with another basically like a media company that can really help out a lot of businesses. Something we should talk about afterwards. But
how about that? I would love to talk to you. So guess what? Speedy will get your number, and we will talk.
Sounds good, bro.
All right. Nick, you're fantastic. We love you, and you will be hearing from me, and we will get you on a lot sooner. The playoffs are right around the corner. We'll get you on the show. It'll be fun.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me. And yeah, man, hit me up. Sounds good.
Absolutely. Nick Goody, ladies and gentlemen. Speedy, let's clap. Come on. There you go. There you go. Hammerhead shark. That's right. In his pants. Don't grab it.
I won't.
Don't grab it. You know, it might take your hand off. Or your finger.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just telling you. I mean, I want to save your hands. I want to save your
hands.
hands.
I know.
Okay. I'm just letting you know.
By the way, Wes is not going to be able to make it for Let's Parlay. We do have Reno Johnny.
I want to apologize to Wes.
But he did send some pics.
I want to apologize to Wes. He's very, very busy, and I know he was waiting to get on. But we had Nick Goody on the show. He was fantastic.
Yes.
And he actually catches sharks. You catch sharks too.
No, I don't. All right. I'm bringing Reno Johnny in before this.
Hold on 1 second. We got to go to a quick break, right?
We have a guest in 10. You want to go to a break
now?
now?
Actually, we'll go to a break after that.
Yeah.
Let's get Reno Johnny on. Come on, Reno. I know he's got a smirk on his face. What? By the way, that's a beautiful home behind you. Beautiful. I know it's just green screen behind you, but it is. You look sexy over there, man. Do you actually play the piano?
I actually have taught myself how to play some songs on the piano.
Yeah. What do you play? Give me something that you play.
I can play Lean On Me, and then I can play some Christmas tunes.
Could you sing? Could you give us like a Lean On Me?
I can't sing. I can pretend to sing, but
Speedy can sing.
I am musically inclined if I'm playing an instrument. I can play the saxophone.
Speedy sings. You want to hear Speedy sing?
No, you don't want to hear me sing, but my instrumental specialty is the saxophone. I played that in high school.
Oh yes.
Okay, yeah, I can play. I played saxophone for. I can still play it for 20 years.
I can play the drums. I taught self-taught, and I can play almost anything. You can name. I did covers for obviously Green Day, Guns N' Roses, Metallica. But I was in Battle of the Bands, and I was a pretty good drummer. I actually had 2 really beautiful drum sets. So yeah, I self-taught myself, and everybody was like, self-taught. How do you? Listen, I can teach myself to do anything, Speedy, especially stand up and be, right, Speedy? Did you teach yourself? Who taught you how to do that? All right, I'm just asking you. I mean, everybody teaches. I'm just trying to help you. So nobody taught you how to do that. You learned yourself. Self-taught, right? Yes. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
All right, Reno Johnny, are you ready, my friend?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So everybody, if you don't know the way this game is played, it's very simple. Reno Johnny's going to give his top 3 picks of the week, and his final pick, his 4th pick, will be his parlay pick. What is Reno Johnny's record last week?
He was 4-0 last time he was on the show.
All right, there you go. He's hot, and he's ready to trot, Speedy.
I want to say, was I 4-0 the week before too?
Yeah, you were.
I mean, this guy's he's 8-0. He's 8-0 the 2 times he's been on in the past month. So there you go. That means you should jump on this, Speedy. You should jump on this. Ride it like a horse, Speedy.
All right. Well, first play of the game is going to be on Thursday Night Football. It is the Giants. It is the Cowboys. It's 2 poverty franchises running franchises into the ground. Cowboys, they might be the champion at doing that. We paid 2 guys, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott. Offense is non-existent. Defense is a crapshoot after Dan Quinn left. I think Michael Parsons completely overrated. All you got to do is block everybody, leave him on an island, make him be wrong. That's it. Giants, well, you know what? They were the Cowboys before the Cowboys were. They paid Daniel Jones an extraordinary amount of money, probably didn't deserve. Their defense, not that good. They lose their best offensive weapon in Saquon Barkley. Look, I like Neighbors. I think Neighbors is a good addition to them. I think Neighbors is going to be a problem for a lot of people for years to come. Where am I going with this? Give me the over. I think both defenses are terrible. I understand there's talk about the Cowboys defense getting together saying we can be better. I don't care. Y'all are terrible. You haven't been better. You guys have been getting run on. You guys have been getting passed on. Hasn't been really competitive over the last 2 weeks. And I will say, I don't think that the Saints were that good. I think the Saints just kind of ran into a bad defensive team. Same thing with the Ravens. I'm surprised they didn't hang 40. They probably should have. I just think we have 2 teams here that can score against 2 bad defenses. I actually think the Cowboys are going to have trouble stopping anything Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors does. I think Daniel Jones' ability to run the ball is going to kind of throw the Cowboys a little bit off, make Michael Parsons wrong again. They are going to be able to score some points. 44.5, really, really constituting. They're expecting the Giants to maybe not score as much. I think the Cowboys might run away with this. Very confident in that over 44.5. I think both teams can score. Looking like a high-scoring affair. I just can't lay it with the Cowboys, and Giants aren't good enough for me to back them at the 5.5. So I'm going to take the over in that game. I think it's one of my favorite games, plays of the week in this early going.
All right, give us your number 2.
We are going to go to college football, and the dominoes are falling in college football. NIL is going to be, they went from never paying players, don't pay the players, don't do it, let us make all the money, to, okay, pay the players, but no freaking stipulation. So it opened up the floodgates, and UNLV is a prime example. Their quarterback has decided to redshirt the rest of the year. He was promised $100,000. I'm not sure how many players decided to play without that in writing. He's only received $3,000 of that, so he has decided to kick rocks, take the rest of the year as a redshirt. He'll get offers for sure to go play somewhere next year for that last season. And I was thinking to myself, like, he can't be the only one, and he isn't. Defensive lineman from USC just sat out saying he was promised stuff that he didn't receive. Another running back from UNLV decided he's going to sit out. So the dominoes are going to fall. You're going to have a lot of guys start to sit. However, the strength of UNLV was never really their offense. Their offense improved, but the big improvement from last season to this season was their defense. Their defense really came around, turned a corner, was able to provide a lot of help to their offense, which I thought was running pretty well. They're going to turn to I can't say his name, so I'm not going to even try butchering it. Their backup quarterback, who was an FCS hero. He was an FCS record getter. I think their offense doesn't take that far of a step back. Their defense still does well enough. I actually like UNLV, especially now the numbers kind of come flying down because of the change at the quarterback position. I think UNLV can win this game on the field. It's laying a little bit extra in terms of try to pull that real quick. Sorry, guys, I'm long day. You're looking at minus 118, minus 125 on the money line. I think that's very doable. So I'll be on UNLV to kind of. I think at this point it's almost a little upset of Fresno State considering how shorthanded they're going to be on the offensive side of the football, just kind of bringing in a new guy to kind of quarterback there. So another game I like on Saturday as well, college football, Louisville going to Notre Dame. This is a game and situation where I think that this is a public underdog in terms of taking Louisville at the plus near the touchdown, plus 6.5 is where it's mostly going to lay right now. And I hate that I'm doing this. I hate it. I'm almost like can't say it, but I'm going to take Notre Dame minus 6.5. And this is a perfect opportunity for Notre Dame, who at this point might be overvalued. They're 3-1, have not looked good in in probably 3 of their games. They haven't looked very good. I think A&M, they kind of escaped. I think A&M came in a little bit overrated. They struggled against NIU. I don't care what the final score was last week. They struggled against the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. I think that this is a game where now people are looking at it. There's no way they win by 6.5. They're taking Louisville as a public underdog. I'm going to come in on the other side, take Notre Dame, laying the points at home in a game that is a revenge game. If you remember last season, they went to Louisville. They lost by 2 touchdowns. Were never really in the game. Kind of in a big upset at that time. This is going to be kind of the reverse where people expect Louisville to hang in. I think Notre Dame's got a lot on their minds, including revenge from last season. I know it's a new quarterback. A lot of players still there. Give me Notre Dame. Run away with this game against Louisville and kind of and they basically at that point creep back into the conversation for the playoffs. So, man, I got one more play. Boys.
All right. You look like you're dead beat. What's going on over there, man?
You know, I'm up at 7.
So am I. Stop.
Nah, but different though, because I'm up at 7 today. I went to bed at 3.
I'm just letting you know something. I'm going to tell you my whole life story very quickly.
We'll switch here, but I
fall asleep about 2 or 3 o'clock. I wake up at 6. I go to work and I do all this stuff. I go to the gym and I do everything.
Yes,
and I'm here doing a 4-hour show.
We're just on different wavelengths. I have to look, man.
What is it? How old are you?
37. But I'm up till 3. I get up at 7, take my kid to school, come back, do computer work, go do a couple inspections. By 2 o'clock, I'm at my school where I coach. I'm outside from 2 to about 7, either coaching middle school, JV, or high school. I coach all 3. So I'm outside the entire time. Then I go pick my son up, come back, do dinner.
And you're wearing a sweatshirt and you live in Nevada.
I live in Texas.
You're in Texas? So that's even worse. Which is even
more. I'm in my AC at home, man. That's probably why I'm trying to fall asleep. But it's a long day. We had a bye week last week, and so this week we're kind of back into like regular, get the guys going for Friday Night Lights. It's our first 6A game this week.
All right, give us your final pick, buddy.
Final pick is a pick that kind of high on them. I'm higher than I think most people. Let me preface this with saying this game goes one of 2 ways. They're either going to get their mouths curb stomped to next week, or they're going to be in it late. I think this is a potential game that we might be talking about as potential upset. I'm not really sure how good LSU is. Give me South Alabama at more than 3 touchdowns at 22.5 points. This South Alabama team can score. They've lit up the scoreboard the last 2 weeks. They put up 87. I get the opponent. But South Alabama last week came in as a 7.5-point dog and won the game 49-14. Appalachian State. It's supposed to be a tough place to play. The defense in South Alabama does worry me a bit. However, I do think their offense will be able to put up just enough to kind of stay within this number. I think they will be there at the end of the game to potentially pull off the major upset. I'm going to sprinkle on the money line just a little bit, see if I can get lucky that way. But I am confident in getting 22.5 points. I like their quarterback. I like their offense. And they are, of course, head coached by Major Applewhite. We all know him from his time at Texas. He was the coach in waiting for the longest time under Mac Brown. And Mac Brown overstayed. The reason he's not at Texas is Mac Brown overstayed his welcome. And Major Applewhite took a deal to be a coach somewhere else and became a head coach. So I think Major Applewhite's finally got a chance to kind of show who he is. It's basically a South Alabama team that had a whole turnover on staff, personnel. Kind of started the year off not great. They're 2-2 now with 2 big-time wins the last 2 weeks. I do think their offense gets just enough, stays in the cover. I'll sprinkle on the money line, see if we get a little lucky.
All right, Reno Johnny with his picks. Speedy, what was Wes's picks?
So Wes's picks were Illinois plus 18. He's got Ole Miss minus 17.5. He's got Bama on the money line, Mississippi State covering minus 38.5, and one bonus pick, the New England Patriots covering minus 10.5 or plus 10.5.
Well, there you go. Worldwide West giving you what he does best, and that's his picks. By the way, Reno Johnny is 8-0 in the 2 times that he's been on this month. So he is wanging it, Speedy. And you know all about wanging it, right?
I have no idea.
Johnny, we love you. We will talk to you soon, buddy.
Yeah, we'll talk to y'all next week. By the way, just for your listeners, follow me on I'm on the X or the Twitter, whatever you call it. I don't know. I still call it Twitter.
The Xavier?
It's hard to say X, but I am on the Twitter /X, the birdie, whatever. It used to be the birdie. Now it's the X.
The bird brain. The bird
at
brain.
Johnny, JONNY_Reno. Give me a follow, man. I give out free plays there every now and then too. So
there you go. And
I'll
Sylvester, who's coming on up as our second guest, might be interested. He needs to make some money. I mean, I'm just kidding. He doesn't need to make anything. He's a former NFL player. I'm the one who needs to make some money. So Reno, I'll reach out to you and you can give me your picks. I'm the one.
All right. We'll talk to y'all next week.
All right, there you go. Reno Johnny, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back for the first time on our show, very happy to have him on. We will be talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, Chargers defensive tackle, Sylvester Williams. But first, for the first time on our show, doing it, our executive producer for our Sports Minute, Mr. Aaron Fishman.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Hey guys, it's Aaron Fishman filling in for Tommy Scoops today with your scores and updates. Just closed out. Caitlin Clark no longer in the playoffs, swept by the Connecticut Sun today. Final score of 87-81 tonight. Although Clark put up 25-9, it was not enough. They're swept out of the playoffs after her Rookie of the Year campaign. Also tonight, Deshaun Watson came out with a statement saying that he is not trying to get any running back carries. He is a quarterback and he likes to throw. Unfortunately for him, he has not been doing a lot of that either, and the Browns may look to find a way to generate offense with the run game. The Mets come in trying to get into the playoffs on the wild card best of 3 series that will start on October 1st. They are postponed due to the hurricane hitting Florida and into Atlanta. It's a huge series between the 2 teams. Coming on up, we'll probably find a doubleheader early next week. Scores coming up today already. Finished game 8-1. Seattle defeated the Houston Astros. George Kirby's 14th win. Philadelphia Phillies 9, Chicago Cubs 6, Nico Herner 3-run shot. Indians defeated the Reds today 5-2. Clase is 47th saved with a 0.61 ERA. The Tigers whooped up on the Rays 7-1. The Pirates have beaten the Brewers 2-1. The Royals finished 3-0 over the Nationals. Toronto 6-1 over the Red Sox. Still going on today. The Yankees are in the bottom of the ninth, about to get beat down by the Orioles for the second time in a row. They're only one game away from clinching the division. They'll have to wait. 3-3 tied in the eighth between the Angels and the White Sox. 8-3 Twins over the Marlins in the top of the eighth. 5-1 Cardinals, bottom six, and are just underway in the second inning, top two. The Rangers are up 3-0 already on the A's. 1-0 Giants over to the D-backs, and still to play the Padres and the Angels. Guys, coming right back with our next guest, the Sports Loudmouth with Errol and Speedy.
This is the Sports Loudmouth. You're listening to the
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy PD. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy PD every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our show is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And before we get our guest, this segment is brought to you by StubHub, American Ticket Exchange Resale Company. It provides services for buyers and sellers and tickets and sports and concerts and theaters and live entertainment events. All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, to get your tickets is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the link, StubHub. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go to a Chargers and Broncos game this week. And tickets right now at its lowest right now at $25. You can buy tickets right now to go to a football game, $25. Where do I step in and buy some tickets? I mean, I don't live over there in Denver, so I don't know if I want to go watch a Denver Bronco game. But if I did, ladies and gentlemen, I would go to StubHub. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do to get those tickets is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the StubHub link and get your deals. And we actually, if you use our link, you can get up to 10% off on any tickets or whatever they're offering right now to go to those games. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on our show, we're very happy to have him on. He's been very, very busy, but he's here 10 o'clock Eastern time with smiles, and we love smiles. That's for damn sure. We are now talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, and Chargers defensive tackle, Sylvester Williams. Sylvester, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? I appreciate y'all having me. I apologize about the delay.
Stop, man.
Oh, that's dope right there, man. That's dope right there.
Man. I mean, you're looking good, man. They got the beard. You're all ready to go, and we're very happy to have you on. And I want to say something. We've had a lot of former defensive ends, defensive tackles on the show. You are the prettiest one I've seen. Let me tell you.
I appreciate it, man. Look, man. Look, a lot of hard work, man. I see some of these pictures, man, and it bring back a lot of memories, man. Lot of days in the mud. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I don't know if I'd grow my beard as long as yours because I don't know if I look as good. But I'll tell you this: if I did, and if I wanted to be like Sylvester Williams, I would definitely grow a full beard like that. By the way, have you ever watched the slap, what do they call that? Slap contest or whatever the hell slap championships? Power slaps. Did you ever watch it? If you don't have a beard, good luck trying to win that. I mean, seriously, some of these guys, it's like protection for your face. Have you ever seen that?
Man, I watched a buddy of mine that I went to junior college with, man, good friend of mine. He actually is in the power slap. He's going to Abu Dhabi or whatever it is. He's going out there in October to go out there and compete. And I seen him do it, and I told him, I had a phone call with him. I said, man, let me tell you something, man. You got bigger balls than I do because ain't no way. I could do the slapping, but when it was my turn to get slapped, I said, man, you won.
Yeah, you have to have a beard because you need that protection. You need that padding. They have a mouthpiece. They're holding things behind their back. I mean, what the hell? I mean, I used to slap box, and that's a cool game. Out in Brooklyn, a slap box. I don't know if you've ever checked it out. The slap boxing, you get chalk and you create boxes, and you can't move outside of your box. You can't step out of the box. If you step out of the box, it's a free slap. And some of these guys, and I was lightning fast. Some of these guys are so fast. And the way they move their hands, they even move their hands faster slap boxing than they do if they were boxing. It's unbelievable. And it's a lot difficult than it seems. You need the athletic ability to be able to move inside and out and be able to hit them and not step out of the box. But this is different. Power slapping is completely different. That's crazy. I don't know if I do that. I'm a tough guy. I wouldn't do that.
I agree. And do you see that big Hawaiian heavyweight guy?
Yeah, he's a
Who's the
champion.
heavyweight
He never
champion?
loses.
He got that bird, and man, when he hit dudes, man, they body just lock up. And to
Bodies
think
lock
about it, if I was slap boxing, that would be the person I would have to go against. It's like,
Yeah, you don't want to do that, Sylvester.
yeah,
I mean, you're too pretty for that. You're too pretty.
You got to meet me between the lines.
You're too pretty for that. And your wife's not going to allow that anyways.
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
You probably have kids and stuff like that. Daddy might go down. He might go down in a bag. You don't want that to happen.
And man, that stuff on the internet forever.
Dude, every time I watch it, I'm like, who's stupid enough to do this?
Hey man, they pay them jokers, man, good money. You talking about 10, 20, some of them make a lot more money than that to go out there and get slapped. I mean,
$10,000 to $20,000 getting smacked like that. No, thank you. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
10 to 20 million. I'd say, go ahead, smack the shit out of me. I could care less what you do.
Yeah, I got to think about it then for sure.
Maybe we need our friend Sean Merriman to train them how to actually box.
Well, I could train people how to box. I boxed for 7 years. I was a pretty good fighter. I was an undefeated amateur fighter, and I have some, belts too of my own. So but I'm not slap boxing. I'm not stupid enough to do that.
It's a whole different ball game.
Oh yeah.
You talking about, man, you just stand there and look somebody in the face while they slap you. Now boxing, you get to move around a little bit to figure yourself, and you get to punch while they punching. So it's a whole different ball game, man.
It's a different ball game. By the way, we are talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, Charger defensive tackle Sylvester Williams. He's joining us for the first time on our show. So Sylvester, it's so interesting right now. And who would have thought that the Bengals, yes, the Bengals would be 0-3. Joe Burrow, who some people predict going into the season was the second best quarterback in all of the NFL. What do you think is the problem right now with the Bengals? I can't put it together. I don't understand it.
I'm going to tell you the thing about football, man, especially at this level, man, the outside noise, you got the contract disputes, man, and stuff like that. You talking about, arguably your second best player on the team, man, and all the media coverage surrounding that, man, is contagious, and him being unhappy, it just leads to, I think they'll be okay, because I think they got enough over there to overcome it. I think they had a slow start last year. I think they just got to get locked in to, on one common goal. Right now, you got, he read about getting paid deservingly. He's had a phenomenal career. He deserves to be paid, but it is a distraction though.
So your team, the Broncos, drafted a rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, number 12 overall. Well, we had a very good preseason, obviously won the starting job and played very well last week against the Buccaneers. So what are your impressions of him so far and your impressions of the relationship with Sean Payton?
Man, I tell you this, man, I think that, it's a good round right there. I think they were 1-2 right now. Seattle a tough team to beat, man. Even when I played in Denver, when we lost to them in the first Super Bowl, man, it's a tough team to beat, and very great defensive scheme. McDonald's running over there, so I think that played a large part in it. I thought they had who they played second week.
Steelers. They played close with the Steelers. They lost the defensive duel.
Thought they had a chance to win that, and last week they beat the Bucs, which the Bucs is a team that's having some success. I think they'll be okay. I think Sean Payton is a great coach, man. It just we've had some rough seasons the past few seasons ever since we won the Super Bowl, really. And it's a mountain you got to overcome. Yeah, haven't been playoffs since then, and it's a mountain you got to overcome. And winning is contagion, and losing is as well. And I think that you just gotta turn that switch, man. And they got to stack a couple of them in a row, and they'll be all right. Bo Nix will be a good quarterback, man. He got a great teacher. Sean Payton is a phenomenal coach. I was with him for a little bit, and phenomenal coach, man. And again, you just gotta go ahead and marry the two, and they'll be all right.
Speaking of switches, Sylvester, the Kansas City Chiefs seem to have a lot of switches from the NFL, turning every single time the game is close. It's so interesting because I'm not saying Kansas City doesn't deserve the accolades, but they're 3-0 right now and could very much be 1-2. And the back-to-back games against the Bengals, I mean, they got all the calls in the fourth quarter. And then that game against Atlanta, the last minute of the game, that was a passing inter. And if it actually counted as a passing inter, I think Atlanta wins the game. What are your thoughts to the NFL? I mean, do you believe that the NFL, I wouldn't say be rigging them to win, but I think do you believe that the NFL wants them to win? Are they helping them to win these games so they can repeat again for the third time in a row and be the first team in the NFL history to have 3 championships in a row?
I wouldn't say that the NFL is helping them, but Kansas City is their moneymaker right now. And, that's what's selling tickets. You got the whole Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce thing. And so it's the pretty thing to do right now. So I think that, you got to think, man, these referees, man, they human too. And a lot of them are fans, and Pat Mahomes himself has built up an incredible fan base, and I'm sure some of them referees is, maybe looking the other way or calling the game a certain way. And the thing is, we expect Kansas City to win, because it's the same way with New England. They won for so long is when they get in the games, you expect them to win. So certain calls, because even the refs expect them to win, and just certain calls just go their way, man.
So I know you when you were playing with the Broncos, you ended up playing with Peyton Manning for a while until he retired too. We've had a couple ex-Broncos of his teammates on our show, including Jeremy Mincey last week, who you played with. Say a lot of funny things about him. So what was your experience like playing with Peyton Manning? What type of guy is he off the field as well?
Man, I'm gonna tell you, he's a character. And man, shout out to Jeremy Mincey, man. That's my guy, man. Man, great dude, man. I love to see what he up to nowadays. I ain't talked to him since he left Denver.
He's doing a lot of film stuff right now.
I seen him.
He does recording.
Dude, he made a Pixar movie, like a cartoon movie. Yeah.
Really?
Jeremy Mincey, yes. And he's got a YouTube channel right now with him and his family. He's doing something for his family, the Mincey family.
Yes.
It's actually cool what he's doing. So and listen, I told him the next Pixar movie that you're gonna do, I should be a voice in that. I mean, seriously.
Hey, look, me too, man. He need to get at me, man. We gotta talk about that.
Let's do something like a bullying movie. I'll be one of the guys. You bully me, and we slap box or something.
Hey, look, I'm all with it, man.
Park, I can make different voices. I can do all different things. Speedy, could you give me your voice? What would be your cartoon character voice? I have no idea. Give me something. Come on, just do something.
I'm very bad at high pitched voices,
but I will try my best. Do some kind of rap like this.
Hey, Speedy, throw that New York hat in the trash, man.
Yes, high pitched voices are not my thing, but
you sound like you're constipated.
I can't. I'm not a freaking cartoon voice actor.
Oh man, that was pretty funny actually. We are talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, Chargers defensive tackle Sylvester Williams. Sylvester, what are your thoughts to the new rules in the NFL, the kickoff rules, and all these stupid rules that Roger Goodell and ownership decided to implicate into the game?
That's a dumb rule, man. I didn't even know that until the first game, and when I seen it, I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, like, why they ain't moving? And then they started talking about it and the new rule, man. And it's because they want people to score, man. They want to see big plays. They want to get people engaged, and they want to see kickoff return for touchdowns, man. Let's just play football, man, the way it's supposed to be played. If you line up, hit somebody in the mouth, if you better than the man across from you, you win. But this whole thing of guys can't take off running until the guy catch the ball and what they call it, the catch zone or whatever it is. Man, they trying to have more points. They tired of these games being 13-10.
Yeah, I just want to go back to my question with Peyton Manning. We got distracted on Jeremy Mincey and what he's doing. So you have a good story of him. What was he like?
Oh man, Peyton, great guy, man. Phenomenal guy. I think the funniest story I had with Peyton, man, is we was on our way we had just won the game to go to the Super Bowl, and that video that went viral, where Kirk Cousins had all those chains on.
Mm-hmm.
We actually did that to Peyton in the locker room. We put everybody put their chain on. He had a bunch of chains on, and we took some pictures of him. Everybody was excited to post him, man. And he came back like, "Hey, don't post that." He like, "Hey, don't." And I think it was, obviously, with his, obviously he wanted to focus on the game, assumed to be focused on the game, and so we ended up leaking the pictures, man. And when I seen the picture of Kirk Cousins, I said, man, we did that way many years ago, man. We the originators. But he a good guy though, man. A very, very funny guy. You know, a lot less serious than what people think he is.
You know, one of the teams that you did play for was the Lions, and when you were playing with the Lions, this was not a very good organization. But over the last couple of years, with Campbell running the show and some of the young players that they brought in, St. Brown, Jared Goff's turned into a really good quarterback. I couldn't stand Jared Goff when he came from the Rams, but he's really developed into a really good quarterback. He's the Laporta and all the weapons that they have right now on that roster. Even Williams looks like he's starting to really develop after, you know, coming off a bad injury like that from college and now finally really getting back to his strength, his speed. What are your thoughts to the team? I mean, obviously they started off a little bit slow this year, but I do believe this is one of the teams to beat in the NFC. Where do you see this organization moving forward with Campbell running at the helm?
Listen, man, it was a complete disaster when I played there, man, from top to bottom. But when we was there, you could always feel that, you know, Detroit football should be played a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Dan Campbell fit that pedigree. And I mean, if you look at the way they play, man, I mean, they won the game the other week and they ran the ball the entire drive, you know, and it's important to, you know, continue to run the football, man, play football the right way. And I think they run the ball and they make the quarterback job easier, a whole lot easier, but they invested a lot into the offensive line. They got some incredible offensive line, man. I tell you what, man, Frank Ragnar at center is a Hall of Fame player. Wow. You know, he was there he was a rookie when I was there. And when I tell you, man, he got the ability to go down as one of the best of all times for sure. He's a phenomenal player, and they built around him, and the whole entire offensive line are all great players, and that's why it's easy for them to get, you know, 6 yards to carry. If I was a running back, I'd be signed up to go to Detroit.
Nate Sewell is a beast of a man too. I think he's the best lineman in football.
Oh my God. And yeah, and I mean, yeah, he's up there, man, with his run block and his pass protection. And I tell you what, man, that defensive end they got, man, Aiden Hutchinson. Oh my God, unbelievable, man, unbelievable.
He's really developing. I'm very impressed. I watched him his rookie season. I wasn't too impressed with his rookie season, but this year, his first 3 games, I mean, he had 4 sacks in one game. I mean, the guy's all over the place. I've been very impressed this year. He's really starting to develop. And what I love about Aiden Hutchinson is watching them in Hard Knocks. And when they had to pick something, his song, he did that Michael Jackson thing.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. Like,
yeah,
he had no fear to go up there and do singing Michael Jackson and dancing like Michael. That was so hilarious for a guy that's 275 pounds, defensive end, doing that and having the humor to do that. So a very impressive kid.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing his rookie year. I mean, I said he's a good player, but I don't know if he was worthy of he didn't look worthy of a top 5 pick. And I mean, this year, every year, last year he stepped it up. And this year, I mean, I watch Detroit. I'm more of a players guy. So I don't watch games, I watch players. You know, I kind of turn the games on and, you know, certain players I'm a fan of, and man, I'm definitely a fan of his. And I love watching Detroit because of the way they play. And watching him play, man, is a thing of beauty, man. I mean, the guy gets after it. And what I love the most about him is it's always 100 miles an hour.
So you got to play with a couple of Bill Belichick disciples, Mike Vrabel and Matt Patricia, you mentioned in Detroit as well. And then Bill Belichick as well has a lot of turmoil this offseason. Robert Kraft was saying don't hire him, and now he's been rumored, the Jaguars are 0-3. The Bill Belichick we might be going after. So what are your thoughts on that, and your thoughts on the Vrabel or the Belichick disciples you played for?
Man, listen, I think that what Belichick had was number one, he had a Hall of Fame quarterback. And so when you got a Hall of Fame quarterback, it's easy to implement the things that he implemented. And, you know, listen, and I actually said this earlier today, is when we had Peyton Manning, you know, when I came to the NFL, and it came into the NFL, you know, from college, I was a pass rusher and came to the NFL and became a run stopper. You know, I played with guys, Von, DeMarcus Ware. You know, ain't that many sacks to go around, you know, so I had to find a role for myself. And I think when you got Tom Brady and the type of leader that he and Belichick was, you know, you just got to get, you know, 52 other guys to just play a role. You know, everybody come in and play their role. Ain't nobody bigger than the team. And I think that's the you know, the situation that he created over there. And I played with Matt Patricia, and I tell you what, he came to Detroit and tried to create that same thing. And as you see, it was a disaster, complete disaster. And Vrabel had some success, and I think he's a great coach. And I think that he deserved to be a head coach again. I mean, he was there. I mean, it's hard to make it on one team for past the first contract, as you see. Usually you get 3 years and you out. So if you make it past that 3-year mark, you're doing something right. And he had a recycling door at quarterback too. I mean, they had the guy from Miami for a little bit, but listen, it's hard to win in the NFL, man, and to be able to be there as long as he did. I think he'll get another chance eventually.
We are talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, and Chargers defensive tackle Sylvester Williams. Jim Harbaugh is back in the NFL, and boy, oh boy, as he stamped his name to that Charger team. They're playing unbelievable football. They don't have much weapons at all. They go in with J.K. Dobbins as their starting running back. This guy can't stay healthy, but he's putting up ridiculous numbers. This offensive line is arguably the best offensive line now in football. I mean, they have two young guys in Slater and Alt that are beating people up, throwing people around. It's been very impressive. And everybody thought, hey, you know what? Jim Harbaugh wasn't that great of a college coach. He did win the national championship last year, but he quote unquote cheated, as everybody says. But nevertheless, he should have stayed in the NFL. Look what he did with San Francisco. And now he comes back and the guy can't lose. It's really been impressive with no weapons, no wide receivers. I mean, Quentin Johnston is a good player. He's not a number one. They don't have a number one wide receiver on that roster. They're putting up numbers, and Justin Herbert is just special. That kid is special. And I think Jim Harbaugh is going to really change that even more now that he is the head coach of that team. What's been the most impressive thing that you've seen with Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, I think just coming in and creating that winning culture. And if you look at him, and to be honest with you, I thought he should have been the head coach last year because he interviewed for some jobs last year, and I think the year before too. And I think some teams passed up on him, and I think they regretted it. I mean, you look at a guy that he's won everywhere he's been. I mean, I've seen coaches get fired after get hired after having losing seasons. They get fired and they get the job the next year. For him to be out of the NFL as long as he was, be it by choice or nobody will hire him. But I mean, I think, he brings a winning culture, and I think that he's a disciplinary coach. And listen, you do your job or you find somewhere else to play mentality. But he's won everywhere he went, everywhere he's been. He's won. He's turned programs around, and I mean, it's impressive, man. And like I said, I think he should have been a head coach years ago in NFL.
There's one team that's already regretting it. I think the Raiders and the Vikings were the two finals you mentioned 2 years ago if they were going to go after him. And the Raiders, they definitely would regret it now. Getting Josh McDaniels.
The Vikings are doing just fine with Ohtani.
Vikings are fine. I'd say the Raiders.
I mean, they're 3-0. They have the best record right now in the NFC with Sam Darnold as their quarterback.
Yep.
I just want to tell you something, Sylvester. This is what pisses me off as a Jet fan, okay? The NFC, the two undefeated NFC teams, are the lead quarterbacks on both those teams. Sam Darnold, ex-Jet, drafted in the first round, top 3, and Geno Smith, former Jet, drafted by the Jets in the second round. So, of course, it's very fitting as a Jet fan that the two quarterbacks they gave up on are the two quarterbacks that are leading right now in wins in the NFC. So thank you to the New York Jets on not developing a quarterback once again.
and your Broncos that traded for Zach Wilson has a chance to beat the Jets this week.
Oh, please.
Yes, man. Hey, listen, man, I tell you what, man, I didn't know you was a Jets fan. I see the New York Giants hat, so I figured that. But being a Jets fan, man, good luck this year. Good luck.
Thank you, Sylvester.
He's just hoping that Elijah Vera Tucker doesn't get hurt against the Broncos.
Yeah, listen, you need to hope that the quarterback don't get hurt.
That's what I'm saying. It's very fitting that's going to happen one way or another. So
yeah.
But that offensive line's playing well, so I can't be jumping for joy in the first 3 games that they played this year, except the San Francisco team. But San Francisco wasn't even at full strength; they couldn't beat them. So Jet fans are jumping for joy because they beat the Tennessee Titans and Will Levis, and they beat the New England Patriots and Jacoby Brissett. So yes, if you're a Jet fan, you should be very excited about those 2 wins. So I'm not sold with this Jet team yet. I want to see them beat good teams, and then we can start talking about playoffs and making a run. I think Jet fans are always just out there in the blue or whatever they are. The sky is purple, and they think it's blue. I don't know what the hell they think, but they're out of their minds. Just speaking. There we go.
Listen, man. Like I said, good luck, man.
See, you can't even give me some luck on this. It's
Yeah,
And I think y'all got a good coach. I think.
Don't you ever. Oh boy. Bambi Sala is not a good coach.
You don't
I
like
gave
him?
him a nickname. Oh, I can't stand him. Oh my
Why
God.
I say this? I think he's a good coordinator.
He's a great coordinator. He's a fantastic coordinator. He's a terrible coach. Dude, I see more of Bambi Sala with his head between his legs than him actually making the right calls. That guy has absolutely no idea what he is doing as a head coach. I throw up every time I see him when his head's between his legs. I think he knows the size of his testicles more than he knows the game of football. Okay? It's honestly, he is horrible. I really believe he is the worst coach the Jets have ever had. He is so bad. Yes, even worse than Adam Gase. He is horrible. By the way, he's like what? The second or third worst record right now for a Jets coach in history. He's horrible. He's not a good coach. I think he's like 18-34 or some ridiculous.
Never won a game in December or something since he's gotten there.
It's
either.
horrible.
Wow, I didn't know that.
He's horrible.
I guess I'm judging him based off his success in San Francisco. I guess still.
Listen.
And then I'm giving him some credit because he ain't had a quarterback.
Have you ever seen the movie Bambi?
I have not.
Okay, well, maybe when you get a chance to sit there and watch it with your kids, it's a very sad movie. Bambi, for a guy that, has been through so much, he has a rabbit telling him what to do. He has a skunk telling him what to do. He's the biggest, biatch in the movie. It's a sad movie, but that's Robert Saleh. He's got the owner telling him what to do, the GM telling him what to do, and him kissing the quarterback's ass. He's perfect. Bambi Saleh, ladies and gentlemen. The perfect name. Bambi.
Next
Let's
thing
call him.
you know, he'll get a tattoo just like Rex Ryan did.
Oh, man. Wow.
If he does that, I want to throw the hell up. Okay. I've seen enough of this coaching staff. This is a good team. This is a very talented team. Coaching staff stinks. This is the worst coaching staff I've ever seen the Jets have. And that's why I don't think they're going to win, because when it rains, it pours, and it will pour for the New York Jets one way or another. As a Jet fan, I'm just speaking the truth here. So there you go.
Well, they got to win some games this year, or they'll all be up out of there.
If they don't win anything, if they don't win a game, I'd love to go fishing with Robert Saleh. But guess what? Robert Saleh will not be coming back off that.
Oh, man.
But will there be a hammerhead shark caught in this
told
fishing
you.
trip?
I already told you. Anybody wants to meet a hammerhead shark, you go in your pants.
Yeah, right, including Robert Saleh.
Speedy's got a hammerhead. I mean, Sylvester.
Would a hammerhead shark fit in Bambi Saleh's pants, though?
I don't know. What, does a deer have a hammerhead shark in his pants? Does he have pants?
Exactly.
A deer doesn't have pants, but you do. You do. You have a hammerhead.
And they still wouldn't fit.
How long does it get?
I don't know.
You don't know how long you're.
It's not going to fit in there.
Oh, man.
You know whose pants it might fit in? Mr. Sean Smith. Maybe it'll fit in his pants.
Oh, that's a whole nother story with Sean Smith. A whole nother story. Let's not get too deep.
You're the better defensive tackle, Sylvester.
There's no doubt about that. That's for sure.
I love it, man. I love it.
And you're also a very respectable guy, unlike some people we know. Hello.
Please get out of the building, Sean. Please get out of the building.
Anyways, we are talking to former Broncos, Titans, Lions, and Chargers defensive tackle, Sylvester Williams. Sylvester, obviously all the stuff that's going on in the NFL this year, the one story that really stands out in college football is the great Deion Sanders, who I can't stand, speaks all this rubbish. It has nothing to do with even coming out with the Shohei Ohtani thing. I don't know if you heard. He's comparing Shohei Ohtani to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. Ridiculous statement, by the way. I have no idea where that is selling to anything that's going on in the college football year. But even some of the stuff on and off the field on what he said about, other things, with the college season going away, comparing his son to other great quarterbacks. And until I see that, I do not want to predict any story that his son is a valuable first-round draft pick. I really don't think he has that kind of talent, but that's just my opinion. What are your thoughts? I know you've heard some things. What are your thoughts to some of the Deion Sanders debacle statements that he's made in the last couple of weeks?
Listen, man, I guess I differ from y'all because I'm a fan, man. I think your son is going to be a phenomenal quarterback. I think, and I think that I will say this. I thought they would have more success than they did last year. And I think that they did too. And I think that I think they got the wagon rolling a little bit quicker than they should have. But I think I mean, again, you talking about a team that won one game, so 4 is a success. And if they go out there this year and win 6, 7, 8 games, it's a success and get to a bowl game. I think that, to me, I'm more curious to see because I think Shador is a phenomenal quarterback, as I said. I really do. And accurately, and I think that, he's put the team on his back and won a few games that they did. And I think we gonna have to judge Coach Prime, man, and really see the level of coach he could be is next year when he no longer has Shador and he got to go and get another quarterback. And I'm curious to see how he do. But I think he's a great coach, man. I think coach is about motivate, man, and getting the best out of your players. And I think you're on the right track. That's just my opinion, though.
I don't like when his son comes out, throws people under the bus, doesn't stand up for, the responsibilities as a quarterback and as one of the leaders of the team. This has been a big problem. Deion Sanders making excuses for his son is something that I don't like. I understand it's his son, but if you're going to judge all the other players on your team and say whatever you feel about certain players on the team, well, you're going to have to take shots at your sons. And that to me is something that he has not done enough of. And his son likes to open his mouth. He likes to speak. And listen, you got to show up on the field. And when you get a chance to play on an NFL field, when these guys are just as fast or even faster than you, and they're going to try to rip your damn head off because you're, I don't know, Deion Sanders' son, well, then good luck to you because a lot of people aren't going to like your thoughts and your statistics that you believe you putting out there in college football. It doesn't always work in the NFL, as we all know. So it's a completely different sport.
It's a different ball game, but again, I go back to say, I mean, and again, I could be looking from a biased eye because I love everything in Colorado. You know what I'm saying? But I would say, man, I think that he's a phenomenal quarterback, and I think that he will have a good NFL career. And I was hoping that the Broncos had a chance to get him, but I think that he's accurate. I think that he know the game really well, and I ain't seen him make too many. He's made some mistakes. Everybody do, but I don't know, man. I think he's a good quarterback. I guess. I don't know. I guess I got to go. Maybe I got to go see him in person to see what you see because I'm watching the game as a fan of him, and I'm like, you're doing pretty good to me.
Well, listen, man, we still love you. I still love you. It doesn't matter if you like Shador Sanders. And for everybody that thinks on social media, I can't stand Deion. I don't like how he approaches things, but it doesn't mean I don't like Deion Sanders. I still think he's one of the top 2 corners to ever play the game. I really do. There's no question. I love his personality. I just want to see him stand up more. Not only for the players that are playing on your team, but stand up for the players that you coach and the players that you call your sons and let them take responsibilities for their play after the game. I don't think he does enough of that. That's just my opinion. And then he kind of just like brushes under the rug and that's my opinion. But that doesn't mean I dislike Deion Sanders or I don't think he's a great person. I think he's overrated as a coach. And I don't even think he stays. I don't even think he stays in college football as much as he says he doesn't want to coach an NFL team. I could see him flee and go to the NFL. I could very much see that. I can see Deion Sanders doing that. So
anything not to coach your Seminoles.
I have this debate with a lot of people, and I do not think he's gonna go to the NFL because I think that. I think college. The NFL is a whole different ballgame. Now you're dealing with men, and so now you going to the NFL and you looking at it from a standpoint of a business. At least in college football, you can hopefully grow and mature young men. So I don't know, man. I think he stayed at Colorado. I think Colorado will be his last gig. I think he stay there for as long as they allow him to, so long as he win. And if it don't work out, man, I think he ride off into the sunset. I think his kids will be off to hopefully the NFL and the pros, and he
That's why he's going to go to the NFL. That's why I think he's going to go to the NFL. He's going to see 1 year.
I say this, maybe if it's a perfect situation work out, let's say a team that drafted his son say, okay, we want you as the coach as well. He may consider it, but I think if his son is playing in Las Vegas and he get a job in Dallas, I don't know if he take it. I don't think he take it. I think he stay where he at.
I think Vegas makes a lot of sense for Shador to go to.
It's a very Raiders-esque move.
Yeah, I could see that happening. I could very much see that happen. I can very much see Devontae Adams as a Jet before the season's end. So there's a lot of crazy things that I've seen in the NFL. And as a Jet fan, I am not jumping for joy as much as every Jet fan is, because there's only one ball that can get around to, each player. And I think just too much talent on the field doesn't always make a lot of sense. Just my opinion. But anyways, Sylvester, we love you, man. And by the way, you're fantastic. Your beard is fantastic. And listen, tell your wife, whatever she pushes you to do, keep it up. You are all ready to go. And I could see you in a suit, man. Why don't you coach? I could see you on the sidelines.
Man, I listen, I've had opportunities to coach, man, but honestly, I think I got a bigger impact to make, man. And that's why I choose to speak for a living. And I think that's where my impact is at, man. I got 3 beautiful sons and going to go coach, man, I ain't giving up 80 hours a week. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I'd rather put 8 hours a week in speaking and making more money. So there you go.
There you go, man. I enjoy speaking, so I think I'm gonna stick to that.
I think you'd be good at that too. So, but we really appreciate the time, my friend. I want to get you back on again. And by the way, thank you for coming on, because I know you're a very busy person, and you got priorities. So we understand.
Hey, listen, I appreciate y'all having me, man, and I really enjoyed it. And listen, toward the end of the year, man, I want to talk again because I want to see how some of these teams that we talked about doing.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you what.
We'll track Bambi Sala for you.
Bambi, and I'm going to tell you this. Shador Sanders, when he gets drafted and he fails, I'm going to be like, Sylvester, what happened to your Shador Sanders?
Listen, I'm betting on my picks, man. I think you got to get you. Right, hey, that's that guy right there.
Boom, home.
I tell you what, if Shador have a good NFL rookie season next year, me and you doing power slap, and I get to be the Hawaiian heavyweight.
Oh, so you get to smack first? That's not fair.
Yeah,
that's not fair. All right, and if Shador stinks, then I get the first smack.
I think Errol just wants to I think Errol just wants to compromise and power slap Shador Sanders.
I don't know if he can take my slap. I don't know if he can.
Oh man, I love it.
Sylvester, we love you, man. And we will be getting you back on the show before the season's end. We'll get you on. No question.
All right, man. Y'all have fun, man. Enjoy it, man. I love it. Take care.
Sylvester Williams, fantastic ex-NFL player, speaking. He's doing all these things, and he believes Shador Sanders is going to be a great quarterback in the NFL. I beg to differ. Okay, I cannot sell that Shador Sanders is going to be that. That's just my opinion, but again, I could be wrong. CeeDee Lamb said in a press conference that he has failed the Cowboys so far this season. He also apologized for the way he handled himself on the sidelines versus the Ravens, including his fight on the sidelines with Dak Prescott. Lamb admitted he was unprofessional and immature, and he didn't help the situation or outcome of their game. Lamb had just 4 catches, 67 yards against the Ravens. It does not have a 100-yard receiving game this season. Jerry Jones also said he takes blame for the way the Cowboys have struggled so far this season. The Cowboys play the Giants in New York on Thursday Night Football this week, with both teams 1-2. Oh, man. I respect CeeDee Lamb for coming out and saying what he said. A lot of people just don't go out and apologize like that. How many wide receivers have done that? Have you ever seen Jamar Chase do that? Have you ever seen any of the big name wide receivers? Terrell Owens, besides him going out there and crying, "That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback." Usually wide receivers don't apologize for what they say.
Nope, Des Bryant's still complaining that he
usually
caught
don't.
the ball.
I mean, they're superstars. Have you ever heard Garrett Wilson apologize what he has done? Not only with Aaron Rodgers, but certain things that he has said on and off the field. He really doesn't. Most of these guys, they have egos. for CeeDee Lamb to come out and apologize the way he did shows you that not only is he's a man, he was obviously brought up right by his parents. And even apologizing to Dak Prescott the way everything happened on the sidelines. And you could see that CeeDee Lamb is frustrated. He's not playing at the top of his game. He just got a big contract by the Cowboys, and he expects more from himself, not just by Dak Prescott, him throwing him the ball. He understands the situation and how much pressure Dak Prescott has been dealing with. The offensive line has not played well this year, and really the defense has been abysmal. They just haven't been good. So you can't blame Dak Prescott for everything, but guess what? Every single Cowboy fan is going to blame him for everything because he's the quarterback. He's going to get the respect and he's going to get all the accolades when they're playing well. And when they're not playing well, who are they going to blame? They're going to blame Dak Prescott. But I do believe CeeDee Lamb is a lot better than he has been. I expect him to have a game that he's going to break out where he's going to get close to 200 yards. He'll have like 3 touchdowns in the game. Nobody's going to hold out a beast of a man like this. This guy is the top 3. He's a top 3 wide receiver in the league. There's no question that he is. And he's so fun to watch. He's so electrifying. You could put him in the slot. You could put him on the outside. He could do everything. And to me, humiliating himself last week is something that's going to push him forward this week to go out there and show what he could do on a football field. I wouldn't even be surprised if CeeDee Lamb has 150 yards. Expect Dak Prescott, if you're a CeeDee Lamb owner this year or this week in fantasy, to absolutely, you're going to start him anyways, but absolutely expect that this guy is going to have 100 yards this week and about 2 touchdowns. I think he's going to be exploding this week. I expect Dak to throw him the ball at least 12 to 13 times. It's a shame that the Cowboys have not played at their potential this year. But again, what is their potential? They have no running game, absolutely none. And their offensive line is old. Zach Martin is at the tail end of his career. He's a Hall of Famer, but tail end. They don't have Smith anymore. He's playing for the Jets and he's playing well. Their corner positions as far as defense has been horrific. Carson is absolutely struggling on the other side of the field. And to me, there's just nothing that tells me that this team is going to break out. But I will tell you this. If there's anybody that's going to find his way to break out, it's CeeDee Lamb. I'm telling you, buy it, sell it, whatever you want to do. If you want to be a betting man this week, as far as football and, not even just fantasy, betting, prop bets, bet that CeeDee Lamb has over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns this week. Expect a breakout and expect Dak Prescott to throw the ball over 10 times to him this week as well.
Yeah, accountability is a big thing with the wide receiver position that sometimes you don't always see. Right? A lot of these guys, like you said, are diva wide receivers. These guys that complaining for calls all the time, stuff like that, and try to be more eccentric. And CeeDee Lamb, yeah, he's eccentric in his own personality a little bit, but again, he's never been one of those guys that have been calling people out, and this time showing, taking responsibility. We've seen Micah Parsons been questioned earlier in the offseason for his lack of leadership at certain points, and we've seen other guys be questioned on the Cowboys, like Diggs as well, for saying the things that he said in the past. But CeeDee Lamb
never apologized, by the way.
No, never apologized because he still thinks he's the top 5 corner in football, and he's not. But either way, CeeDee Lamb is not like that, and you're seeing CeeDee Lamb now take responsibility, and he knows he has to play better, and I agree with you. The Giants have to make it harder for him because he's not going to just crumble the way he did in certain games.
He's going to torch the Giants. I believe Malik Neighbors and CeeDee Lamb are going to have easy over 100 yards, and both of them could have 2 to 3 touchdowns in that game. I think it's a high-scoring game. The Giants played very well defensively last week, but you are talking about the Browns and Watson.
Yeah.
This is a different offense. I think Dak will throw 300 yards this week. Once again, expect it, and I think CeeDee Lamb is going to be explosive. So is Malik Neighbors, and I think I believe Daniel Jones will have close to 300 yards this week, too. I think it's going to be a high-flying game on Thursday Night Football, so expect it.
Yeah, and Jerry Jones definitely is right when he's saying that he messed up in terms of the players he's let go as well. And a lot of those players, like Stephon Gilmore, striving with the Vikings right now. Tyron Smith, like you said, striving with the Jets right now. Tyler Biadasz was another offensive lineman. He went to Washington, I believe. I think that's where he ended up. Mm-hmm. He's playing very well now. Like, a lot of these guys have lost, and the Cowboys' offensive line looks very mediocre, and their offense just doesn't look the same. And it starts when, again, these good defenses are able to game plan for somebody like CeeDee Lamb. And he's had good corners on him. I'm saying he hasn't good corners, Lattimore and Marlon Humphrey the last 2 weeks, but he still has had 100-yard games against good corners.
All right, Fish, your quick opinion on CeeDee Lamb apologizing and really taking responsibility on what he did this past weekend.
Yeah, he basically threw a temper tantrum because he wasn't getting the ball, and he had it out, yelled on the sideline, and embarrassed himself, and everyone saw it. It became a TikTok, as we just watched a little bit ago. It's something that he needs to get over, and it's something that needed to get out because there's a lot of frustration. And maybe Dak didn't understand how frustrated he was. Maybe that they needed to have that venting session. Unfortunately for the Giants, I feel like the venting session is going to spill over, just like you're saying, Errol, right into tomorrow night's game. Look, Cordell Flott had his best game as a pro, but if Cordell Flott is lined up on CeeDee Lamb, it is not going to go how we want. And if Deontay Banks is on CeeDee Lamb, the thing about Deontay Banks is he's really fast and he can stay in phase on a defender. The problem with Deontay Banks is, as we saw with that first touchdown against Amari Cooper, even if he's standing right there, he doesn't necessarily always go for the ball. He doesn't have like the ball skills. So CeeDee Lamb's one of the best contested catch guys in the league. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be an over. I think Reno Johnny was absolutely right.
Yeah.
Take the over in that game, guys, because I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of defense played. Bad run defenses, bad pass defenses, quarterbacks that, playing okay. I'll give Jones okay to fair to good somewhere in there right now.
I think
But
between
again,
250 and 300 yards for Jones, and I think he runs for about 50 in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel Jones runs in for a touchdown in the game. So
Look, I think the run game is the way to go. Singletary's been very balanced, and then that's should open up some outside lanes for Jones to take off here and there. As long as they have that going, they should be fine because there's no one really run stopping anything on the Dallas defense, even if the Giants' offensive line is playing at a league average clip right now. And I would argue they're playing a little bit better than that. So it's really exciting, at least from an offensive perspective. Defensively, I'm really curious to see what Bowen follows this up with. Look, Dak is a very good quarterback, but there are ways to get after him. Let's hope that he can figure it out. I don't know what his game plan is, but they're going to need a miracle to beat this team, even though Dallas is struggling.
all right, who do we have on the phone? Who do we have on the phone? Yes, who are we speaking to? Yes, who are we speaking to?
Oh my God, yo, this is the first time I'm calling. What's up, guys? This is
Tommy. Tommy, what's up, bro?
Scoops.
What's going on, guys? Errol, Speedy,
Errol,
Fish.
Errol. Yeah.
Errol.
There you go. Errol.
Don't
Errol.
worry, I'm not Jeff and Snug. I'm not gonna call you Earl.
All right, that's good.
But what's up, guys?
What's
I
going
just got
on?
home from my sports show and everything.
Hmm.
I kind of tuned in beforehand and was watching you guys talk about and I mainly wanted to hear from you, Errol, because we all seen the reports, of course, with Bill Belichick, possibly going to the Jaguars. I gotta ask you, do you think, let's say that Bill Belichick will be bound to going to the Jaguars, right? Let's say that it's gonna happen. If Bill Belichick gets there, you think that he could develop Trevor Lawrence? Like, I mean, do you personally think that he could fix some of the turnovers? I mean, what do you think?
I think that Josh McDaniels will be going with him. I do believe that. And Josh McDaniels, he's a good offensive coordinator. He's not a good head coach. So, yeah, I think if anybody can help him, is Josh McDaniels. He's developed other quarterbacks. He's helped Jacoby Brissett. He's helped a lot of different quarterbacks that's been in and out of New England. He's just not a good head coach. So I expect if Bill Belichick goes over there to Jaguars, Josh McDaniels will go with him. And the way that Josh McDaniels coaches and the way Bill Belichick coaches, short passes, ball out of the hand as quick as possible. I expect that Trevor Lawrence's problem all season long so far, especially in the first 3 games, and even last year at the end of the season, he holds the ball too long. That's been his biggest problem. And then he tries to use his legs too much. It's not like college football. I understand that he looks like a hippie and he thinks that nobody thinks that they can he thinks that nobody can catch him. But the NFL, it's too fast. It's much faster than it was in college football when he played in Clemson. And the same thing with Deshaun Watson. You're seeing the difference with Deshaun Watson this year. He thinks he could just beat you with his legs. Teams have figured him out. He's going to have to figure out how to beat you with his arm. And Trevor Lawrence is scared. I'm telling you right now, he's scared because he doesn't know how to run a proper offense, and he just got a lot of money. If there's anybody that can fix him, it's Bill Belichick. If you bring in another rookie coach or one of these other offensive coordinators or whoever you decide to bring in, I don't know if they're capable of fixing this kid. I think there's a lot of there's a lot of deficiencies in his game. And Bill Belichick is going to make it, he's going to simplify everything with Trevor Lawrence. He's going to make everything simple. And those old coaches, if you look at Andy Reid, why do you think Andy Reid has been a very good coach in this league? He simplifies an offense. If you look at even Jim Harbaugh, look at what Justin Herbert is putting up pretty good numbers, but he's not putting out ridiculous numbers because his offense is simplified. He doesn't need star wide receivers. He needs a good running back and a good offensive line, and he'll be able to run his offense. All the good older coaches, the older style coaches, they simplify the game. So that's why I think Bill Belichick would be a great fit over there. The only problem is the Jaguars organization is a losing organization. So it's going to take a lot to prove to the fans and prove to the ownership that bringing in Bill Belichick is the right way of going. But I do believe if there's any team that's going to bring him in and let him run the organization, it's the Jaguars out of all the teams that we've heard.
Yeah, Trent Baalke will be gone. That's a good start for running the organization.
Yes.
I think it's funny, though. The Jaguars, they were looking like a good team 2 seasons ago, and they finished off hot. But it's funny because, they make the playoffs. And, Speedy, I know you like that game when they come back on the Chargers.
Oh, of course.
I know you like that game. But, they came back on them. And if you think about it, ever since that game, they've really been, not a good team. I mean, they finished –
They did the reverse the next year, yeah.
Even the next game, they get blown out, did a reverse the next year. They beat the Titans to clinch the playoff spot and then lost to the Titans to lose the playoff spot.
Those two teams love spoiling each other.
Now they're 0-3. So I don't know. I'm not a big Trevor Lawrence fan, honestly. I tried giving him a bit of a chance. Last year is where I kind of realized this kid isn't really all that good. And this year, it's kind of proving it already.
I tell you who does love him, and we haven't heard from him, and that's Jeff from Tampa. I mean, speaking all the love and compassion of this guy, and then no Jeff, no speaking of Trevor Lawrence, he completely disappears off the face of the earth because he said, "Oh, he deserves all the money. This kid, this year he's going to break out." He looks like crap, Jeff. Where the hell are you, Jeffrey? Anyways, thanks, Tommy. We're going to finish up. Keep listening to the show. We'll see you next week, buddy.
I'll catch you guys. Stay,
And of course, the
loud.
meeting. Yes.
Stay loud.
Oh, don't worry. I've got something loud to speak about right now. I think you're all going to love. Stephen, Tommy Scoops, Stephen A. Smith said on First Take that Travis Kelce does not look like himself, and the Chiefs will need him to be elite if they want to three-peat this season. Jeff Saturday says that Kelce looks old, and Patrick Mahomes doesn't look like the same because of it. Saturday also said that the Chiefs are not 3-0 because of Patrick Mahomes and got very lucky on the calls going to their favor. Mike Greenberg says that Patrick Mahomes is still playing great and they don't need Kelce to be elite to still have a good offense. Greenberg references the Chiefs losing Tyreek Hill and still winning a Super Bowl in 2022 as something that shows Mahomes' greatness. Kelce has just had 8 catches for 69 yards in 3 games this season. First of all, okay, I don't know what's up with Mike Greenberg. I really don't. I know he's a Jet guy, and he had a lot to say about Aaron Rodgers about a week and a half ago. Then Aaron Rodgers has the game has the best game as a New York Jets, puts up, big numbers, says that he's slow, he's old, and then he's running out of the pocket. He's making plays in the open field. I don't hear Mike Greenberg anymore. I don't hear it. But guess what? And listen, I have said this over and over and over again about Travis Kelce. Ever since he started dating Taylor Swift, he's just a different player. And I'm just speaking the truth. He signed the 2-year extension in the offseason because he wanted to three-peat and he wanted to make more money. That's why he signed the 2-year extension, because they're giving him more money up front. The fact is, this is his final year. Win or lose, Travis Kelce is retiring. I've said it over and over again. He just got a $100 million contract with his brother for his podcast. There is no reason for him to play. He also came out and said that he was never getting married until he retires. Maybe he wants to get married. Maybe his plan is to marry Taylor Swift in the future. I have no idea, and I'm not hanging out with him. I'm not the fly on a wall, and I don't want to be the fly on a wall hanging out with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Okay? I don't want to know about their thoughts about who they're voting for when it comes to president. I don't care. What I do know right now is Travis Kelce is not the same Travis Kelce. He wasn't the same Travis Kelce in the playoffs last year. He's just a shell of himself. Now, he does look old. He looks fat. I'm just speaking the truth. If you watch him on the field, you can tell it. And even when he caught the ball in that game against Atlanta, the safety's knocking the ball out of his hands. He's not holding on to the ball. He's just not the same player. Maybe it's just he doesn't have the heart for it anymore. Now, I expect him to put up big numbers this week because of all the criticism that he's had, just like CeeDee Lamb. All the criticism, you know what Patrick Mahomes is going to say. He's going to say, listen, we're going to get you the ball. We're going to throw you the ball. We're going to show everybody that you can still play. It's going to be up to Travis Kelce to go out there and play his game. If he doesn't play his game, well, there's nothing for him to even prove anymore. He's the greatest playoff tight end of all time. He's one of the greatest tight ends to ever play the game, and he won 2 Super Bowls. If he wins a third one this year, he can go down as the greatest tight end of this era. But nevertheless, I don't know why anybody's speaking about this. Stephen A. Smith, I'm speaking the truth. They do not need Travis Kelce to three-peat. I'm going to tell you why. Because as far as I'm concerned, the NFL is going to help him anyways. I mean, honestly, he's their tight end. I mean, Roger Goodell and the NFL is the tight end, or whatever you want to call it, the extra wide receiver or the extra player on the field for the Kansas City Chiefs. And as long as they are the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes is 100% healthy and Andy Reid is eating his hamburgers, I'm going to tell you this right now. They're going to be the favorites coming out of the AFC. Travis Kelce showing up to game or game after game, I don't think it means anything. I could see it in Travis Kelce's face that there is something wrong. I believe that he believes that his time on an NFL field is on its way out. And I just think there's a confidence issue with Travis Kelce. I really do believe that Travis Kelce believes that he's not the same player he once was. He doesn't have that speed inside and out of, his different, slants that he's running or different, routes that he's running. So I do believe that Travis Kelce will play a big part this year if they plan to win. How much, I don't know. But for anybody like Jeff and I do believe Jeff Saturday's right. They are getting lucky. I do believe the NFL is helping them. I do believe the calls are helping them. I think he is more right than Mike Greenberg saying that they don't need Travis Kelce and Stephen A. Smith saying that they do need Travis Kelce. These are two guys that respect each other, that have been on each other's shows, and I think are just eating off each other's plates because they want to sell something. There's nothing to sell here. Travis Kelce is not going to play. He'll play a part on if they win, but not a big. They don't need a big part because I'm going to tell you this right now. Taylor Swift and the NFL are the big part for Kelce and Patrick Mahomes getting a three-peat. So I don't think it has anything to do if with Travis Kelce's game or game in and game out woes this coming season or this season so far.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think he definitely looks like he's not the same deep threat as a tight end, as a receiving tight end, the versatility and running deep routes that he did. A lot of his big plays have come yards after the catch. And even last year, too, it was like that as well, where he's just limited to a lot more shorter routes now. Now, he did do well in most of the playoffs.
You don't think he looks fatter? Out of shape?
Probably a little, but
stop going to Taylor Swift concerts. Okay? That's what I'm going to say.
Now, obviously, his playoff numbers are very good, so they're still going to need him in some capacity to be at least like a second or third target in order to make that kind of thing work. And he did have some good playoff games. He had a great game against the Ravens in the AFC Championship game. He had a pretty good game against the Bills. But remember in the 49ers game, Andy Reid and him were beefing on the sideline for a while. And the Chiefs were able to win with Jets legend Mecole Hardman and Rashee Rice playing very well in that Super Bowl. So they've
beefing. He pushed them. He pushed
Andy
Reid.
Right. And they have enough other guys that I think that can make that kind of thing work. We've seen Rashee Rice play very well so far this season, and I think Xavier Worthy will be down the road as
Who
well.
should be suspended, by the way.
Obviously, but
Rice should be suspended. The NFL, of course, because it's the Kansas City Chiefs, it's okay what you do. You want to beat up somebody? You want to get into a car accident? Go right ahead. You're the Kansas City Chiefs. You want to smack yourself or, smack other people, as long as it's, behind closed doors, you can do whatever you want. You can smack yourself. You can smack somebody else. I don't give a crap. The NFL lets this team get away with murder. But they never did it with the Patriots. That's not true. That's not true. I'll take back what I said.
No, they actually
I'll
had
take
somebody
back what I
that
said.
literally did that.
I'll take back what I said. But, I was trying to be funny, by the way. Just being funny. But anyways, Fish, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, how do you get up for a regular season week 2 or 3 game after you've just won 2 back-to-back Super Bowls? You know what I mean? It's one of those things where early in the season, he's coming off of the Eras tour of the world with Taylor. It's one of these, he's been in the public eye the whole off season. It's a new life that he's now leading, and power to him. I hope it goes well. But apparently right now, what it's not doing is letting him be successful on the field at all. I don't know if that means that he's done. I don't think so. I think he's now going to have to just pick his spots more and just save it up and use them. You empty that tank. Remember Kobe the last couple of years when he was playing after the Achilles injury? He would just turn it on like some game. This last game, he never came out. But it was that same thing where you could save it up and then go and still go 100% for like a day, one game. And he might be able to do that. He might give you like 5 really good games this season, including playoffs. But to expect him to be like I expected him to be when I drafted him in fantasy.
Told you not to.
Look, everything has been a comedy of errors for me. We play each other in all 22 this week.
Yeah.
My team's not bad. My team's not bad.
Are you going to start Wan'Dale Robinson this week, Fish?
By the way, my old
he's got a good rating.
team is injury prone too. By the way, I mean everybody's injured. I don't know what's up with this year. I just have bad luck. It's been bad luck for me. It really has been bad. So it hasn't been one of those great years for me where it never is. By the way, I find a way to win, but this year I'm playing in a team that a league that has 14 teams and there's nobody on the scrap heap, and then on the other, the Beavs league. They're just it's all luck. I mean, with Beav how is Beav? I think Beav has 2 wins, if I'm not mistaken. I think his
team,
on
a third,
and his team sucks. His
Yeah.
team absolutely stinks, and he's won 2 games. It doesn't make any sense. So whatever.
As soon as I saw him with the haircut and mustache combo, all I know was he doesn't have that same kind of fire to him. This is the most fiery guy. That's what he was. He was the high energy, spiky hair, crew cut, just like in your face to the point where he almost knocked Andy Reid over in the Super Bowl last year. This is emo Kelce. We've got him being very in his feelings and his emotions, supportive. That's not the fiery tight end that's going to take no prisoners that we're used to seeing playing football. Look, we saw the highlight earlier tonight. Remember in the preseason, Mahomes is so frustrated with Kelce. He's running the wrong routes. He's not focused, and he throws it behind the back, and because he's Mahomes, he completes it. But let's face it, the guy can't possibly be focused as well as he ever used to be. He has to overcome this. Can he? Look, he's a Hall of Fame caliber guy. He might be able to overcome this. Will it be, the typical Kelce year? He didn't get 1,000 yards last year for the first time in, I think, probably since his rookie year, something like that. Look, he was just under it, but to expect him to be reaching those heights again, I think is kind of foolish. This might be his last year. If it's not his last year, it probably should be his last year. And that's what we're looking at. Do they have enough to a three-peat where he gets to go out on top? We'll see.
Brett Favre revealed on TMZ that he has Parkinson's disease since January. He said that he started feeling minor symptoms last year and was noticing things on his right arm that weren't there before. His doctors mentioned a lot of it has to do with his head trauma because there is no Parkinson in his family's background. Favre said in the interview in 2018 that he could have suffered more than 1,000 concussions during 20 years in his career. A study in 2020 reveals getting one concussion increases your risk of your nervous system disorder by 57%. Favre is 54 years old and played 302 games in his 20-year NFL career. It is horrible to hear that Brett Favre has Parkinson's disease. It's a terrible disease. Michael J. Fox has it. Michael J. Fox has lived a very long life. I mean, fighting and trying to find ways to end this disease. It's been horrible. And watching Michael J. Fox disintegrate into the great actor that he was is horrible to watch. I mean, this is horrible. And you lose a lot of weight. You lose options of walking and using certain parts of your arms and your hands and your, all your ligaments. It's a horrible disease that eventually takes control and kills you. It's horrible. And unfortunately, Brett Favre has been hit so many times to the brain. The CTE situation, the NFL over the last couple of years trying to figure out and trying to protect the players. Just hearing this story worries me how many players in the future are going to have this same disease. And another thing with the NFL is the NFL needs to figure out how to protect these former players, giving them full, medical situations that have happened on the football field. If you had concussion problems, you have brain trauma, you have a brain injury, you have something like Parkinson's and stuff like that. The medical of the NFL should be covering it. If you have knee problems, ankle problems that happen on the NFL field, it should be covered. The fact that it isn't, I don't want to hear because they've made millions and millions of dollars. What happened in the 80s? I mean, the 80s, what were they making? $5,000 a week? They're not making the money that these players are making. They weren't making $50 million a year. I mean, these players, Joe Montana, I think the most he's ever made in his career in a season was like $2 million. I mean, this is Joe Montana. Dan Marino, go ask him how much he's made in his career yearly. Not anywhere close to the quarterbacks. I mean, you have Trevor Lawrence making $55 million a year. The guy can't throw 69 yards and a half. Are you kidding me? But you have guys like Brett Favre. And listen, is Brett Favre a good guy? I would say no. Everything that I've heard, the things that he's done on and off the field, it doesn't sound like he's a very nice guy. It really doesn't. And I want to hear about Aaron Rodgers. It has nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers. Okay. It seems like Brett Favre is not a nice guy, but you don't want to see something like this harm somebody or this go on in the NFL the way we've seen over the last couple of years. Look at the Aaron Hernandez thing. Was he a good guy? He was a bad guy. But when they did test on his brain, it was the worst CTE they've ever seen. The test that they seen and they studied was the worst they've ever seen. Just imagine that. This is a 23, 24-year-old guy that killed himself and he had a brain of a 70-year-old man. 70-year-old man. That, to me, tells me one thing about college football and the NFL. They got to find a way. They keep saying they got to find a way to protect the players. They got to find a way to give these guys medical. Give them a lifetime of medical, especially with the injuries and the injuries they take on the field, and they put their bodies through year in, year out, week in, week out, and game in, game out. I just think that the NFL needs to find a way. If Roger Goodell has a lifetime of insurance with him and his family, so should every single player in the NFL. It's terrible. These guys are what created this league to be, billions and billions of dollars. And this, with the NFL and the Super Bowl bringing in multi-millions of dollars of endorsements, why can't the NFL find a way to pay these players that need medical, that don't have medical? We've had players on this show telling me that they have to find a way to get medical, or their wives are nurses or doctors or whatever the hell they are, or teachers that have full coverage that have to run through their wives' insurance because they don't have any insurance now, even though they made millions and millions of dollars. When you have a knee injury, I don't know if anybody understands this. When you have an ACL tear and you have ACL surgery, it's like an $80,000 surgery, $90,000 or something like that. Then you got to go through physical therapy. Physical therapy, every time you go to physical therapy without insurance, is like $150. Just think about that, $150. And you got to go for physical therapy for an ACL tear. That's about 10 months of physical therapy. Just think about how much money that is. So and you don't have insurance. So where does all your money go from what you invested or you made through your NFL career? It goes through your injuries. That doesn't make any sense. And the NFL has to figure out how to protect the players.
Absolutely, because you also look at, even besides the CTE situations, all these young players that have died very young recently as well too. We lost Jacoby Jones a couple months ago. There were a couple of young guys. Demaryius Thomas passed away a few years ago, who I wanted to ask Sylvester about because he played with him. Demaryius Thomas, Vincent Jackson, like all these guys. Vontae Davis we talked about earlier in the year, and they're not doing enough to help that with heart conditions, with, like you said, leg injuries, stuff like that. And even somebody like Trent Williams, like Washington couldn't detect a cancer tumor or whatever it was in his last year in Washington. Like, he could have died from that very easily. And now you have a case of Brett Favre, who says he may have suffered 1,000 concussions in his career, leading to Parkinson's disease. It is disgusting how the NFL does not give these players the benefits.
I loved watching Favre when he played, man. He was so exciting to watch play, but unfortunately, when you hear a story like this, it's not surprising if you watched him play. The man took lots of shots. He never came out. He played with a broken thumb on his throwing hand and had famously like the 6 touchdown game. It's unbelievable the things he did, but he took so many shots. If I'm not mistaken, Speedy, I believe he was the target of the Bounty Gate where they were trying to kill him, the Saints, when he was on the Vikings, and they really did. And I got the picture of him being carried off the field. That might have been the one that did it to him for the last shot. He was the Iron Man. He never came out. He was incredible. He would do things, and we talked about this on the side, Speedy. He invented the RPO because he was bored in practice one day. He just didn't feel like handing it off. It's like he just told Donald Driver, "Hey, just do a 2-step slant. Just do it. I might throw it to you." And he had completely changed the game of football because he was bored in practice. This is a guy that used to give ball fakes and that were the best in the league. And then when he was handing it off, he would always do this thing. I don't know if you remember, Errol. He would like jump and like pretend to throw it behind his head.
Yep.
And then every once in a while he would actually do it so that teams would have to respect it. He was like thinking about the details of the game to that level. And his arm was the strongest in the league for most of his career. He could beat cover 2 just by the strength of his arm, the way that Josh Allen does now. No one is doing it back when Favre was doing it except for Favre. So it's really, really sad to see this happen to him. Like whatever you say, bad guy, but I think you got to take a look at what they're doing now. It's that, you can't really hit the quarterback. So maybe it is for the best, even though we all don't like watching how soft it is. You don't want to see guys get Parkinson's disease, end up like Muhammad Ali, end up like.
What is this? What is this thing with the NFL that some of these guys can actually wear pads on the top of their helmets now? Like
so
practice.
that's called a guardian cap. We have those.
Why
in
doesn't
high
everybody
school.
wear that? Why doesn't everybody wear it?
You
have a choice to wear it.
You have a choice.
Yeah. Why can't everybody wear it?
I think it's one of those things like when hockey went from the helmet and no helmet phase and it kind of got phased in over time. You might see it get phased in more and more over the years. It doesn't, the way that they have it with the cap, you notice it, but it's not as ugly as I thought it would be. The ones that we have for the high school level are pretty ugly. I'm not going to lie. But those are, really, they just have like a cover that looks like the helmet over it. It just looks a little bulkier and it's, kind of like contoured so that you aren't going to get hurt as much. Look, you still get hurt with those things on, but you're not going to take the same type of headshots. So it's a big deal.
They should all be wearing it. That's all I'm going to say. They should all be wearing it. It's a shame, but again, the NFL should be finding a way to get every single player that are not in the NFL anymore medical, especially on injuries that they had playing the game. If they brought in billions and billions of dollars because of the endorsements, and that's why the game is flourishing and growing the way it is. And everybody wants to play the game, and everybody wants to be the next, Joe Montana, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, or whatever, anybody, and you name it. You want to be Aaron Donald. These are the guys that have had injury after injury after injury. If they have had injuries, if their injuries had something to do with the game of football, they should be covered 110%. And the NFL has the money to do it. I don't understand. Get an insurance policy and protect the players. You're making billions of dollars a year. Last year, the Super Bowl, you know how much it brought in through just the commercials? Do you know how much it brought in? Just think about it. You're talking about almost $400 million. $400 million for one football game. You're going to tell me you can't find a way to get an insurance policy to help all the players that are not playing in the game of football anymore? It's ridiculous. Why does Roger Goodell and his family have a lifetime of insurance and the players don't? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And the NFL needs to figure out how to protect their players on and off the field in their futures, for their families, and for them to have somewhat of a life. That's just my opinion. Final story before we go is ESPN's Jeff Passan on the Pat McAfee show took shots at the Pirates organization for being cheap on cutting first baseman Rowdy Tellez. Passan, right? I have it right,
Yes.
Tellez. Passan also mentioned why the Pirates don't go after big name players like Pete Alonso and always settle for cheap options. The Pirates cut Tellez with 6 games remaining in the season to avoid paying him a bonus. The bonus would have been a performance bonus for $200,000, which he would have achieved with 425 plate appearances. Tellez was 4 plate appearances away from reaching that point and played in 131 of the Pirates' 158 games. The Pirates' total payroll this season is $85.7 million, second lowest in the MLB, right under the Athletics. I think the Pirates are one of the best growing young organizations in baseball with what the talent that they have in their farm system. But the only reason why they're one of the best growing young organization is because they always lose. That's why. And the same thing with Kansas City. For years, Kansas City couldn't win a hole in a wall. And then, with all the talent that they got through the draft, they built it, and then they finally became one of the better defensive teams. They brought in some free agents, pitchers, and they eventually win a World Series. They beat the Mets in 2015, 2016. Yeah. Here's the problem with baseball. There are 5 big teams in the MLB, and we all know who they are. The 2 New York teams, the Yankees and the Mets, because of Steve Cohen now, and he's the richest man in baseball now, richest owner in baseball. You have the Dodgers. We all know about the Dodgers and what they bring in. You have the Boston Red Sox, who the owner likes to throw money in soccer, but doesn't want to throw money in his team. But nevertheless, they're an organization that has a lot of money. And the other team and the final team that really stands out from all the organizations that like to spend money, Speedy?
It would be the Cubs.
The Cubs, the Chicago Cubs, that like to spend money on coaches and managers that are not that good. Council is just a horrible manager. And for one reason, I can't, for many reasons I can't explain, he is the manager of that team and that organization. And the Mets are laughing to the bank because they don't have to pay.
He'll be fun watching the Brewers versus the Mets if they play in the playoffs.
The fact is that these other teams, like I said, the Kansas City Royals, the Cincinnati Reds, the Tampa Bay Rays, all these other teams right now that they have owners that have money, they're billionaire owners, they want to make profit. And they're not selling out stadiums like the Yankees are every single week, or the Mets, or any of these teams when they're winning. They're lucky to fill in 15,000 seats or 17,000 seats, or if they're lucky, 30,000 seats. And they got to make the playoffs to really sell out. And even when they make the playoffs, they don't sell out. So it's hard because ownership would rather put money in their pocket and not back into the teams. The Yankees are an organization, and we all know the Steinbrenner family. We all know that George Steinbrenner was a guy that really changed the league, changed the game by investing into the players, throwing all the money back into the players. And now Hal is trying to become more businesslike, but as businesslike as he is, he's still spending the money. The Yankees have the biggest payroll in baseball. For all the Yankee fans that are complaining that Hal doesn't want to spend this and doesn't want to spend that, he just paid Aaron Judge, gave him a 9-year, $360 contract. So to say that he doesn't open up his pockets is ridiculous. These other teams that I've mentioned, and there are quite a few of them, as a matter of fact, most of them, they don't want to dig into their pockets, especially if they're not bringing in as much. And now all these other teams that are paying over the payroll and the salary cap, they got to pay these teams because they're due it. And now teams are starting to realize that I don't want to go too high because I don't want to pay too much. So this is the problem right now. Unfortunately, the Pittsburgh Pirates are an organization that don't bring in a lot of money, and obviously don't bring in a lot of endorsements and advertisements. They're in Pittsburgh. They have a beautiful stadium, but they just don't sell out every single game. And they have a bunch of young, talented players, but they're not going to be there forever because they usually trade away talent like that. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that happened to Tellez. I'm sure there'll be teams that'll be looking to pick him up on waivers before the playoffs start.
Yeah.
He
was with the Brewers. They might bring him back.
The Brewers might bring him back, so he still might have a chance to get that money one way or another. Again, baseball is just like every professional sport, but baseball is different because there is no salary cap. There is no cap. So it's all about bonuses. It's all about, what you're getting through the deal. Whatever is offered, you're going to get. And if you're getting bonuses through the offer, if you don't live up to the bonus, and even if you do live up to the bonuses, ownership or even the GM could say it cuts you out before that happens, where they don't have to pay it. It's sad, it's unfortunate, but that's the way baseball is. And if the players' union doesn't like that, when the CBA comes up, figure it out and figure out how this doesn't happen again.
Right. And we've seen, even when we were talking about the lockout 2 years ago, like the salary floor being just as bad as this, like the salary cap or the luxury tax for these big market teams to deal with. It's just a problem with the fact that there's such extreme measures when it comes to the competitive balance. And you're right. It's going to deter a lot of these players from saying. I think they paid Brian Hayes already, their young third baseman, but they have a lot of other young players that aren't paid. We were talking about Brian Reynolds all last offseason possibly being traded to the Yankees and a couple other teams.
That's right. The Phillies too. The Astros,
Phillies, yes.
The Astros actually, they're not one of the richest.
They're kind of middle market.
Yes, they're not the richest.
I think Yordan Alvarez just signed the biggest contract in their team history, and it was just barely over $200 million. So yeah, they don't spend much at all. Mm-hmm. And they're a good example of like why these teams like the Pirates that should be able to try to spend more money. Like we've seen these middle market success. Just because you're spending a lot of money in baseball does not mean you always win. We see the precedent that a team like the Cubs, for example, the 2015 Cubs, they had all their young talent. Then they brought in free agents. Then they got good. And that kind of thing can happen. The Rangers, the same kind of thing last year. The Rangers had tons of young talent on their roster. Then they finally start spending for all these pitchers. Why can't the Pirates do that kind of thing? Otherwise, you're going to set a really bad precedent. And I think one of our guests that we had from the Pirates was saying that they have an owner that's top 10 in like overall wealth. Like, what are you doing here? It's a really bad precedent for a good sports city.
It's just about money. They're not bringing in any more money that they should. They want to take it back and put it more back into their pocket. It's all about owning a team now. It's a luxury. Okay, if you have a team, you're going to be able to sell it for billions and billions of dollars. So let's say the ownership bought the Pittsburgh Pirates for $200 million 20 years ago.
Right.
Now it's worth quadruple that. So now you can sell the Pirates for $3 billion, $3.5 billion, because of obviously the property, the land, the stadium, the TV deal that if it goes with it, and all that other stuff. There's more money to be made through that, and I think that's the reason why these teams and it's a luxury to have these organizations, and why these ex-players or even like Derek Jeter or somebody like that, they're trying to buy teams. They're trying to buy their own team because they know if they invest, they have a team of, people, rich people that have $200 million and they put $200 million. Just like Tom Brady wants to buy 10% of the Raiders.
Right.
If he's putting 10% of the Raiders, that's $200 million. Okay. $200 million when he's ready, when Mark Davis is ready to sell, that $200 million could turn into $800 million or $1 billion, in the future. So that's a good investment. And that's the way Tom Brady looks at it. So it's all about owning teams now. It's not about owning businesses. If you own a team, damn well that in 10 years from now, that team's going to be worth more billions and billions of dollars more than what it's worth.
Fish, before you get your point, I just want to say one more thing about the actual Tellez situation too. Like it's really, we've had so many guests on that have just nitpicked on these owners, just nitpicking GMs not playing in football games. If you need a particular incentive bonus, like not being targeted if you're a wide receiver, or not getting the amount of snaps if you're a defensive player, like it's so stupid operating like that kind of thing for $200,000 is just ridiculous. I really feel bad for Tellez. I do hope he does latch onto a playoff team, and obviously if they're playing against the Mets, I'm not gonna root for him, but if I want him to do well, just to stick it to them too, because this is a really bad look just doing it this late in the season too.
Yeah, winning franchises don't do this, guys. If you're trying to win, you don't create a precedent that you're only going to get the last possible free agents available when you are ready to win, because no one's going to come over to your team because they know you do stuff like this. The GM, Charrington, wouldn't even admit that they did this intentionally. He tried to claim that it was Rob Manfred's fault, Rob Manfred, for changing the September rules so that there's not as bigger expanded rosters. So he had to DFA a guy 4 at-bats, not at-bats, plate appearances. So one game, just him playing one game. He could have walked every time, just one game, and he would have gotten his $200,000 bonus. And he did halfway decent for them this year. He's not a great player, but he's a veteran. He's been around for a long time. He's clearly not going back to Pittsburgh after this. But they DFA'd him, which means he can't get that $200K because no one's picking him up with that contract. So he'd have to sign a minimum deal or whatever, wherever he goes. It's not like it's waivers time. It's not like it used to be. Again, another thing that Manfred did. So I don't know where the MLBPA is on this. They should not have allowed the CBA to have these type of loopholes. But again, this is how it works. You have the penny pinching owners finding loopholes to get away with not paying people who worked all year to get this incentive that they, pretty much deserved. It's not like it was he needs to hit a certain amount of home runs. It just needs to get up a certain amount of times. And they didn't let him do that intentionally.
And by the way, for Keith saying, where do you get you guys information? I'm just Keith, I'm gonna give you information. Go to Wealthy Gorilla. And the 5 top richest teams in Major League Baseball, I'm going to give you the list because you think we don't know what we're talking about. Number 1, the New York Yankees. Number 2, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Number 3, the Boston Red Sox. Number 4, the Chicago Cubs. And number 5, the New York Mets. I rest my case, Keith. Stop with your crap. I'm not talking about payrolls. I'm talking about richest teams. Listen before you attack. This is what you do. Keith, I love you. This is what you do. I'm telling you the richest teams in baseball. That's what I'm telling you. Richest teams. Now, the richest owner, we all know who it is. It's Steve Cohen. But richest teams. Jesus Christ.
And I think the Pirates owner's in the top 10. That's
why
what makes
is
it worse.
You know what it is? The problem. This is what bothers me about people. And I love Keith, and I know he likes to argue points, and I'm going to speak the truth about everybody. Jeff and Snug and all the other guys and all the people that attack, on social media and send me emails and, have their own on TikTok and all the other crap. Let me tell you guys something. If you guys think we don't know what we're talking about, then why listen? Why even listen? Because I'm going to tell you this right now. We do know what we're talking about. 100%. And I wouldn't say something if I didn't know what I was talking about. All right? I wouldn't say it if I didn't know what I was talking about. You don't think my takes with Dak Prescott make sense? Well, then you guys are idiots. You want to hate Dak Prescott? He's not a playoff winner. He's not this. He's not that. Fine. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. But and you say stats don't mean anything. When the Hall of Fame comes reaching out to you, and yes, you need to win a championship. I understand now you have to win a championship. But when the Hall of Fame starts to call you, they look at what? Stats and championships. And I'm going to tell you this right now. For anybody that thinks that Tony Romo is a Hall of Fame quarterback, Dak Prescott is like 5 times better than Tony Romo. Yes, B, 5 times better. And he's not even done with his career. He's going to have a lot. So when we bring up richest teams, no facts. That's an opinion, not facts. Whatever. Go to Forbes. Okay, go to Forbes richest teams. Okay, go to Forbes richest teams. Keith, Keith, you'll find a way to argue about anything. Just like Jeff, just like Snug. I'm telling you right now. When I come out with a statistic or I give you a number, it's not coming just from my brain because I think I know. It's a fact. It is a fact. Okay? And if you don't like it, then don't listen. You have your own opinion. I don't care. All right. You're talking about that's opinion, not fact. What's opinion, not fact? I don't understand.
He said he's talking about Dak, but
I don't understand what he's talking about. We were talking about baseball, and you told me the teams with the highest payrolls. And Houston has a high payroll. Yes, they do because of Verlander and all the other guys that they have that they've invested into. Houston is not a rich organization.
No,
they're not rich.
They're a middle market team, and they're a good example of how to build with that. The Braves are a good example of that, paying their players early the way they do.
Dak isn't good.
Yeah.
Dak's not good. Dak's horrible. He was the NBA.
Just so you know, Keith, Dak has 4,000 less yards passing than Tony Romo in 4 less seasons.
Oh my God!
It's not. He's a better player.
He is. Dak Prescott's gonna have better numbers before he retires than Troy Aikman. Than Troy Aikman. Okay, that's a Hall of Famer. That's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay, I'm tired of. I can't stand haters. Okay, I can't stand people that hate, even Cowboy fans that hate on their own players. It is horrible. They love Micah Parsons. What the hell does Micah Parsons, or what has he done for the Cowboys in the last 2 years? He jacks up his sack totals. He's terrible in the playoffs. And that, because Dak's terrible in the playoffs, but Micah Parsons still loved by the Cowboy fans. Guess what, guys? Guess what, Cowboy fans? Micah Parsons is not even a top defensive player right now. Top 10 defensive player right now in all of football. Okay? In 3 weeks. So there's your Micah Parsons. All right? TJ Watt, who gets triple teamed. He's got his sacks. All these guys that are expected, even Aaron Donald for years was triple team, still has his sack, still an all-world player. Stop making excuses and trying to blame everybody else. It's just it's horrible. And by the way, Keith, you love Daniel Jones as much as I do. I think Daniel Jones is a good quarterback. You rep Daniel Jones. How could you not rep Dak Prescott? If you're a Daniel Jones guy, how could you think that Dak Prescott isn't a good quarterback? It's ridiculous. It's a stupid statement. If you think Daniel Jones is good, you should be thinking Dak Prescott is good. It's ridiculous. I'm tired of this. I am tired of people just hating. It's hatred. That's all I'm going to say. It's hatred. You don't like the takes? F you. I don't give a crap. You don't like it? I will go against anybody. I will go. You pick anybody. Anybody is listening to the show right now that has a podcast, has a show right now. Statistics, whatever. You pick it. You can even get the person asking the questions. I promise you, I'll go against anybody arguing a point when it comes to sports. Any one of those sports. You take the top 4 sports. You could take boxing and you could take mixed martial arts. I will argue my points, and I will make my points be hurt more than any one of you guys, because you guys have your sticks up your asses, and you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Just start flat boxing.
I'm tired of people attacking me on social media, and I sit there and I laugh at it. I think it is funny, but to attack what I am saying and say that, well, what are you talking about? This and that, and not really listening to what I'm saying. You're just saying, well, you said this. No, that's not true. I said the richest teams in baseball. That's what I said. Richest teams, not highest payrolls. I'm tired. 4 hours of this, and I just, and it's not just Keith. It's just everybody that thinks they know everything. The take about Deion Sanders and stuff like that, attacking, the guest that we had on. We have over almost 200,000 views on that video, and everybody's attacking him because he spoke his thoughts to it. He's right. I think Deion Sanders' son, Shador, is not being treated like all the other players on his team. He's treated like he's like some superstar Hall of Famer, and he's not. He's done nothing yet. And for anybody to think that he has, it's ridiculous. Deion Sanders might as well get on his hands and knees and suck him off. It's ridiculous. And for the fans that think that he's something special too is ridiculous too. And Keith's one of those guys. He thinks Shador's going to be good. I can't wait until he fails. I can't wait, because I'm going to stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Speedy, you know all about that, right?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking if you know all about it.
No, I don't. Keith might.
Well, I don't know, Keith and I. Maybe we should ask Keith. I know. I think you need to ask. No. You show him your shark, your hammerhead.
I don't have a hammerhead.
You show him your hammerhead.
I don't have one.
Well, somebody's got one.
Yeah.
Who?
Somebody that.
Who do you think has a hammerhead?
I don't know. Somebody that studies Sharks.
So who do you think has a hammerhead in their pants?
Be big enough. I don't know.
So who do you think? Give me somebody.
I don't know. Fish, give me a name of a sumo wrestler.
Yokozuna.
Okay.
He's dead. So that can't be.
R.I.P.
Can't wear pants when he's dead.
How about, why don't you ask Keith to show him your hammerhead?
I'm good. I don't need to see any hammerheads that are near human bodies.
How much skin do you think he has on his hammerhead?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I have no idea.
What do you think the skin looks like with the hammerhead?
Slimy.
Would you smack your hammerhead?
What the hell is spack?
No, smack. You smack.
No, I'm not messing with a freaking shark.
All right. Anyways, it's been a great show. Fish, as always. Great graphics, all the stuff that you do, all the content. It's great. It really is. Thank you to you, Speedy, for being you. You're wonderful. Wave to the fans. Wave. Now give him the shocker. Give him the shocker. There's no
fine. Only because Wes was supposed to.
Give him the shocker. Give him the shocker.
I'll do one shocker.
There you go. Shock. You gotta pound that thumb out. Pound it. Use it. Faster. There you go.
Only because Wes was supposed to come on, and I know he was waiting. That's fair. Wes gave us picks. That's fine.
But thank you to all the fans. It's been a long one. It always is. But I'm happy to listen. I'm tired, but I'm happy to entertain people. It's just it does get a little stressful when you have people say things or do things or even argue things that make absolute no sense. And then they say we don't make any sense when we get a take. And Speedy, by the way, when you pick the takes that you're posting up as shorts, make sure it's the best part of the take, not the beginning take. Take the best part of the take. Don't pick the beginning. Get the best part of it. That's what I'm saying. You know the best part of the take. Take the best one, not the top, not the front, not the back. And if you want to take it in the back, we can get somebody to do it for you. Okay? All right. That's it. Anyways, Tommy Scoops will be back on Monday. Tommy, thank you for calling. Keith, thank you for calling. As always, we love you. We love all of you. And thank you to all the fans. All the 20, all the thousands of people that download our show. All the people that, and by the way, we have a new YouTube channel, so you can check it out. Sports Loudmouth Radio. Sports Loudmouth Radio. We have a new YouTube channel as well, so you can check that out as well. And again, we are going to be on moving forward for the football season Monday and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. So for all you fans saying, well, when are you guys going to be on next? We'll be on Monday. A weekend crunch, 7:00 p.m. here in Long Island, New York. LI, if you're not here, LI News Radio Network. You can find us on iHeartRadio. We will be live at 7 p.m. LI News Radio at 7 p.m. Great guests, great content. I'm telling you, Moneyline Mania is fantastic. So check it out. Obviously, Paulo, Papoose Paulo, and all the other guys that we have on the show. They're winging it and really making some money for people. So, and thank you again, one more time to the fans. We will be back on Monday. Who do we have on Monday?
We have the one that you told me to call before. Unfortunately, her son was dealing with a crash that just happened in Babylon. So
I got a phone call, and quickly, I just want to tell everybody.
You have probably more details than I do with that.
I got a phone call this morning. I didn't know who it was. It was a 516 number, and a lady I picked up the phone, and a lady was very gracious and said that, is this the Worldwide Sports Radio Network? I said yes, and she told me the story that 6 boys were in a car and a drunk driver hit them. 5 died. One of them is fighting for his life.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a coma, and they're hoping and praying that he comes out of it. He's a great baseball player, and one of the mothers, friend of the family, called up and said her son is best friends with the kid that is in a coma right now, and he would like to come on. And some of his teammates would like to come on and speak about it and speak about him and help raise some money for the kid. So I told her I'd be gracious to be a part of it and to help however way I can. And she just a very sweet lady. And again, we're looking forward to getting her and some of the boys on the show to represent the kid that is fighting for his life. So, yeah, that happened in Nassau County. So we're going to have him on. I mean, we're going to have them on, and we're going to have a special guest as well. So Speedy will be working on that as well. And Wednesday, do we have any guests lined up yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so there you go. That's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back on Monday. Good night, everybody.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.